Welcome back, everybody. How's it going? I saw Marco was in here early. Ground Fog, BC Gerbs. How's it going, guys? How is everybody doing this lovely Friday evening? Okay, fix the sound. All right. So I figure we'd just do an in general chat tonight, talk about some gear, see where the conversation goes. How was everybody's New Year's? Everybody have a good one, or? Ground Fog, welcome back, man. How's it going? How you doing? How was your New Year's, man? I think Marco and BC Gerbs were in the chat as well. Not sure. Everybody say hello. Let's get to know everybody. Gerbs, welcome back, man. How you doing tonight? Knives are life. Happy New Year to you too, man. Happy New Beer. Another day in paradise, right? So everybody, anybody doing anything exciting for New Year's? Did you go out party it up or? Yeah, ground fog. I am the same. I'm on the same thing. This indoor stuff is driving me nuts. I was not meant to be indoors at all. I got to be honest about that. I'm an outdoors kind of person. I'm Gen X. We drank from the water hose. Kind of tried to make it home before the street lights turned on. Marco, how you doing, brother? Good to see you here. How's your New Year's, Marco? Gerbs, you guys still do New Year's up in Canada, right? Did you do anything exciting? So I figure, I think pretty much everybody just kind of has a general chat at the beginning of their lives, waiting for people to show up. So that's pretty normal, right, guys? Anybody want to share their pocket carry? What's everybody carrying today? Ground Fog, how's the Discord going, man? If you want, feel free. You got a wrench, man. Drop a link anytime you want. In fact, I'm gonna try to give the people that I know wrenches and whatnot. So you guys can post links, do whatever it is you want to do. Marco, I just gave you a wrench. Gerbs, you should have one now too. How's everybody doing? So Gerbs did a live till about 10 p.m. and then watch movies. What'd you watch, Gerbs? How'd your live go, man? Yeah, Gerbs has got a channel too. If anybody hasn't seen it before, check it out. Yeah, Knives Are Life. How was your New Year's, man? So Knives Are Life was carrying a Kubi Wrath, Karambit, and a KB Hydro. Gerbs is carrying a PM3KW Orange, Bark River Bushcrafter, Wallet Bic Lighter, some Swedish Fire Pipe Paper, and a two-piece. Oh, mine was good. I'm getting older, man. I had my party days, so I just hang out at home now. It's much safer for me here. Um, Probably my craziest New Year's though was in Vegas. That was absolute insanity. We found one of our Packers in a bush on the main street, on the main strip in Vegas. Yes, theory that Wendy's has searched for 30 years. Yeah, that was probably my most interesting New Year's. We had a mountain biking pack with the 3 liter Camelback in it, and we actually we filled that up with a shot called Washington Apple. And yeah, so we went down to the main strip of Vegas for New Year's with 3 liters of shots, Washington Apple shots, and I came back and it was empty. So it was definitely a good time, something a little different. And the other craziest New Year's I think was in South Korea, just outside of Camp Casey, a little South Korean town called Tongdushan, and we tore it up good that New Year's as well. That was back '94. I had receipts to prove it, but not anymore. Yeah, what's everybody got planned for the weekend? Anybody getting out in this not winter weather that we've been having? Kapow. Yeah, so ground fog. I know you got a lot going on. What do you got planned, man? You got any weekenders, overnighters, week long, 30 days, anything coming out? Doing wings and hickory with my little brother at the moment. Yeah, that's good, Jerbs. Yeah, you cooking outdoors on the grill or in the house? Yeah, the Leatherman Raptor. That's it's definitely a cool piece of kit. One of my favorites. It was a massive upgrade. Yeah, I want to get a Kydex sheath for it though. I don't like the sheath that comes with it. Not a fan of it. I don't even know where it is. Um, it's got a pocket clip, so it fits most places without anything. But I'd like to get a little Kydex for it or something. But yeah, this the Leatherman Raptor was an upgrade for me from these clunkers I carried for like 10, 12 years. And it was just a part of a 5 piece kit. Somebody got me some shears for work. And I ended up using these so much, and then I was like, yeah, I'll get one of these. Actually, Miss Bushcraft, this is one of the awesome gifts that she's given me is the Raptor. And I haven't got to use it much. Oddly, the one thing that I did use was the ring cutter on it. I had to cut a ring off Miss Bushcraft's finger. So, yeah, the one piece you think you're most likely not going to use is the one piece that you use. And having a skydive background, I'm always a fan of the hook knives. Hook knife saves lives, especially if you're a crew dog. El Cap Addict, how you doing, man? Always awesome to see you. I love your screen name. It always makes me think back to some rock climbing days and doing a little alpine up in Mount Washington and stuff. Yeah, you think that the sheath on this thing would be better. Like I said, I don't even know where I put it. I just junked it. I've been looking for something aftermarket ever since. So if anybody has any recommendations for Raptor sheath, pocket, Kydex, whatever, I'd be more than interested to know. Anybody else use the Raptor or always an exciting, very cool tool? Oh yeah, I'm gonna light the thing. So does this actually work? One of those, what is it, vidIQ or something? Yeah, if you light a candle or something, that's supposed to be a good thing. So I've been trying to do that sometimes. Does it work? I don't know. Is it entertaining? We're pre-gaming the campfires. You're only one. You dangerous. No, no, I'm perfectly friendly most of the time. I think I'm like anybody else. I try to be a nice guy unless somebody dictates otherwise. Yeah, Chaos there. You keep them in your med kit. Yeah, I think that's where mine are going to end up. I'm actually I'm going to get together at some point with Eric Hansen, the owner of Phobos Knives. He was a 18 Delta Special Forces medic, and we're going to do some stuff on IFAKs and ouch pouches and boo boo kits and the real deal from the comfort stuff, you know. Aries, how you doing, man? Oh, I'm gonna give you a doo. No, that's not the right button. Yeah, Aries hooked you up with a wrench, my man. I gotta get caught up on that stuff. I recently learned how to do this, so now I'm gonna get caught up on it. So there's gonna be some wrenches passing out, you know, like who's that? The crazy woman there, Ellen, you know? A wrench for you, a wrench for you, a wrench for him, a wrench for her, a wrench for everybody. Neil McKenzie, how you doing, brother, man? Welcome to the chat. How goes it? You're only one. The baddest, coolest knife I got. Neil just made you a moderator, man. Thanks for showing up, by the way. The baddest, coolest knife I got is this one. Is my Phobos one, Phobos Tier 1C. This is a custom by Eric Hansen. It's a CPM 3V steel, 0.2-inch spine. Has a sweet convex grind on it, so right up the bushcraft and alley and all around. It is my favorite, most badass knife that I'm confident I could put it through just about anything and it'll be fine. And once again, yeah, this is one of the knives I didn't clean. I did start cleaning some knives, guys. I haven't gotten to the saws. I don't really clean saws. I don't think you should. I don't know. Yeah, Neil, we hooked you up with a wrench, man. I'm hooking people up with wrenches that we know. So that way there we can keep the trash out of the comments. Well, no, I don't have a K-bar. Unfortunately, no K-bar for me. I don't have a lot of knives. I just have like maybe 10 or 11 altogether. If I include my folder, I have like 11 knives. A photo montage of my jumps? Probably not. I'm not going to be putting any skydiving stuff on YouTube. I don't really have an interest. I mean, I guess I don't know how to put it, but you know, like everybody has their 40-hour-a-week job. Well, that was my 70-hour-a-week job, and I'm finally done with it. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah, when you skydive for 27 years, when you're finally done with it, I think I'm finally done with it. So yeah, Harris, that's really nice. That's awesome. So who else can we give? Brand new American, welcome to the chat, brother. How you doing? Brand new American just got a wrench. I'm getting this thing down. I'm really digging it, man. I think this is what the cool kids are doing. Wayne, how you doing? Welcome to the chat, brother. Another day in paradise. Brand new American, how you doing? You been getting out much, or got the bike stowed away for the winter? Crispy Critter, welcome to the chat, man. Always good to see our veterans here. Oh, Squat Shot's here. Squat Shot is our master moderator. He's been here from the beginning. Actually, yeah, from the very first one. So everybody say hello to Leon. Leon, how you doing, brother, man? I have got this Spyderco thing down, I think, finally. Maybe not closing it so good, but I'm getting the opening thing. Not bad for a lefty. What kind of hatchet is that? This is the Grand First Brooks wildlife hatchet. Whoops. We almost smashed something. Of course, it's going to be a fire hazard. I should just start playing with the fire rod again, right? The ferrocium rod. But yeah, this is a Grand First Brooks wildlife hatchet. It's 13-inch overall length. Sweet little hatchet. Definitely nice. I like the hammer end. So not much into the tomahawks too much. More of a woodcrafty kind of thing. So that's the hatchet is the Grand First Brooks. My main saw is the Silky Outback Gomboy 240 millimeter. It's a beast. Silky, in my opinion, by far is the best saws going on the market. So, but yeah, that's this is kind of like my go-to stuff. Yeah, I think some of those guys do. Yeah, Neil, have you seen the Tactical Tavern with Tommaso Loss? He's got all the flippy knife tricks that like yeah, with the karambits and stuff like that. He knows all those fancy tricks. Yeah, Chaos Theory, the Outback series, they're definitely sweet. Um yeah, Silky knocked it out of the park with that one. And they've got that, oh, what is it? Something in tin coating. It's prevents corrosion and stuff like that on the blades, and the blades are a little bit thicker, a little more robust. I don't know what the exact increase is, but they are. Oh, the Pocket Boy size? Yeah, the 130 or the 170. I've only got the 170s. I've got the Outback 170, and then I got Mrs. Bushcraft. Her favorite color is purple. So we was going outdoors a little bit, so I had to get her a silky saw. And it's this would be great for finished projects. Like P&W or something. It's got a fine tooth on it, so it's gonna make a cleaner cut. But she likes the purple handle, so I got her the purple handle. But this is a Pocket Boy 170. I might get a 130 for the fun of it, maybe just for breaking down little fat wood and stuff like that. Yeah, ground fog. There's a whole bunch of the misinformation and disinformation on saws, and the fact is most people don't know how to use them and don't know what they're doing with them. Like okay, the large teeth that you're gonna find on most of the on the silky saws, that's for greenwood. The larger teeth, the XL and the large, are for greenwood. And that's the first mistake that a lot of people make is they cut dry wood, and what they should be using is like a medium sawtooth size. Kapow. This is the medium. This is a Gomboy 210, and it's the medium tooth size. That's more for dry woods and hardwoods and stuff like that is what you want to be using. And the other mistake that most people make with especially the silky folders and stuff like that is they're trying to cut too large of a piece of wood with a small saw, and what ends up happening is instead of just sawing back and forth, they they pull the tip into the cut, and then when they try to push forward, it'll pinch, and that's where you get that tip breakage from. So as long as you work within the size range of the saw and you don't bring the tip into the material, you're not going to have that tip breakage problem. So you want to be going, a good rule of thumb, and this is taught to me by an arborist, is the diameter of the stick you're cutting shouldn't be more than half the length of the blade. So if you're using an 8-inch blade, it shouldn't be more than 4 inches. And yeah, you don't want to pull the tip into the cut. That's where a lot of people get that tip breakage. It just happened to that Jason guy, the Canadian guy. He just broke the tip, and it's the same thing. Gotcha, Neil. Enjoy your break, man. We'll see you when you get back. But yeah, that's the common mistake. So medium tooth for hardwoods and dry wood, and then the large tooth is actually for greenwood, cutting fresh stuff. It'll cut through quick. So that's common saw problem. So don't try to cut a giant 12-inch log with a little 210 or something like that. That's what you want to use the 360 for. And they go all the way up. I don't get into the really big saws. The biggest I get into is the Zubot 330s, but this is the 360 compared to a 240. And yeah, I've got them both in medium. I've got an Outback Big Boy as well. Like that's cool for winter camping, and if you're going to be processing a lot of wood or actually building a larger shelter or something, you want the saw to fit the needs. Get her done, country. How's it going, man? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for showing up. How are you doing this fine evening? Anybody else in here that I didn't say hello to? Northern Girl Hobbies, how you doing? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Likes definitely helped the channel. Huge help. I think the most I got so far was 76. So it'd be cool to beat 76. I don't know why. It's always go big or go home, right? Sam from Australia, thanks for showing up, man. How are things in Australia? Man, those kangaroos are crazy jacked. I can't get over that every time I see that. And watch out, they want to drown you, right? Isn't that the thing with kangaroos? Grumpy Grunt, how you doing, brother, man? Welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? Awesome to see you here. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I went to Grumpy's live chat Thursday. I was one of the first ones there. And somehow, while I was waiting for the chat to start, I did the old guy thing, I guess, and I took a nap. Woke up like an hour or so later, and the live chat was going on. Yeah, that was. Sorry about that, Grumpy. I was really meaning to be there on time. I was there. I just wasn't there. Team Quack Attack. How you doing? I don't think I've seen your screen name before. Awesome screen name, man. How you doing? Speaking of which, I still got to be on that. I'm on the mission for adding moderators. So there we go. Just added a couple more. Yeah, awesome, El Cap. Yeah, if you guys get a chance, Grumpy does his live chats on Thursday evenings at 6:30 Eastern, I believe it is, and Sunday mornings at 9:30 he does the live circus thing. Yeah. I missed my own live already. Well, whoops. That's what's the candle burning? It's a Yankee candle, and it's supposed to smell like balsam and cedar for that outdoorsy bushcrafty feeling. Yeah, I got to set the room aromatically, right, or something like that. It sets the mood, smelling like balsam and cedar. Yeah, guys, we're at 29 likes. If anybody missed the like button, smash it. So, did anybody have any questions about the silky saws? They're a lot of fun. I think they're one of the better tools. Like I said, I had the privilege of learning from a guy who is a world champ arborist. So I got to learn a lot about saws and proper usage and all that. Mandy's Candy, hello. How are you? Welcome to the chat. How was your New Year's? Anything exciting going on? Mandy, you have a channel, right? Like, who else has channels in here? How to sharpen a saw. To the best of my knowledge, the way they heat treat the smaller or the saws, the silky ones, you can't sharpen the smaller ones. It's not until you get into like the Katana 500 has a sharpenable blade, and then they do have a diamond file that matches their angles and everything. Yeah, so get some country fun. He's got a channel he's trying to get going. Um, yeah, I'm in the same predicament as you are. Get her done country. Uh, yeah, I'm just kind of waiting on some warmer weather. I don't have winter gear. I didn't. I spent like 16, 17 winters in Florida, so I kind of got out of the winter gear thing, and now I'm wanting to do videos and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I don't have this or I don't have that, or and cold weather is not something I like to mess around with. It doesn't do as well for me either. Just yeah, 27 years of skydiving. When it gets cold out, things don't work well. Start to sound like a Rice Krispie commercial. You know, when I go for a walk, it's like snap, crackle, pop. So, but yeah, so that's the silky saws, the hatchet. I guess predominantly for tools, I've just been going with. I mean, what you see here on the table is aside from some cordage and stuff, and I don't even carry a ton of that. Um, Usually it's just like this thing here. Who makes this one? Paracord Planet. It's a paracord spool tool or something. Um, it's got a little clip in for a lighter so you can cook your ends, melt your ends, whatever you want to call it. Has a cutter in it. Um, they say you can fit like 100 feet of 550 cord on there, but I mean you can, but it's kind of like it turns it into a football. So this is 100 feet of 275 paracord, so 5 strand instead of 7 strand. And it's going to work good for clotheslines, hanging your food bag, small ridge lines and stuff. Plenty strong enough. So typically the tarp's going to fail before your cordage does, so it's not that big of a deal. Jess Outdoors, how you doing? Jess is from the other side of the pond. She has a channel as well. If you get a chance, check it out. Jess, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, get her done. I don't think it's getting any better either. Um, yeah, I think a lot of us in there like that. And how many of us heard from our elders like, oh, slow it down. You're gonna feel it when you get older, and you're like, no, no, I'm fine. But now that you're older, you're like, yeah, I'm kind of feeling it. I think a lot of us are suffering from that. So yeah, there's not too much to a kit. Well, I guess there is. It's all personal preference, but yeah, get her done. I gave up on all the big lighter tricks, and because the zip ties and the rubber bands and wrap some duct tape around it, which is cool. But then when your lighter's dead, you end up throwing away the duct tape. So I just get the Exotac fire sleeve, and it's fits a standard Bic lighter. It has a little elastomer keep, so you can lock the button down if you want to. It never gets depressed. Yeah, the you never lose fuel. But yeah, these are the way I roll. And then when the lighter goes dead, you just throw it away and yeah, take the lighter out, throw it away, put a new one in. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I usually just have another new one kicking around, but that's how I do the big lighter thing. Like I said, yeah, I don't do the duct tape or any of that. I just throw it in the Exotac fire sleeve and I'm good to go. I've got two of them, so yeah, Squatch, the apocalypse, when that actually happens, when I'm done celebrating, I'll just rub two sticks together and do a friction fire like the cool kids on YouTube. Oh yeah, I've already rocked the cane. I went from the wheelchair to the French crutches to a cane to all right, I'm just gonna ride a bicycle so I look cool. Team Quack, yeah, use the fire rod again, right? We probably should. Have you been here before when I get in trouble for that? I get in trouble for that. This is all evidence. Miss Bushcraft, she ends up watching the live, or she's watching the live and catches me doing it. Jorge, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight, man? Speaking of our slingy thingy friends, the one of the newest things I've started carrying in a kit. Well, we got a couple of the slingshot guys here. Is a slingshot, and it's something I'm learning, so it's not really 100% applicable for me yet. But they say you can take out small game like squirrels, rabbits, things like that. It's totally true. There's videos on it, but whether or not you can get good at it enough to be effective with it is to be. We're gonna find that out. But I've been getting some practice in. I'm getting better. I'm gonna start doing some vids and some live chats when I got a place I can use this and get enough reception to be able to do a live at the same time. So, but yeah, this is the Simple Shot LT2, and I'm definitely digging it. It's a whole lot of fun. Yeah, get her done. They're from Exotac. They have a whole bunch of all kinds of stuff. Exotac. This is the Match Cap XL, which will hold a full box of stormproof, waterproof matches. So the case is waterproof and the matches are waterproof. So you're double waterproof. That doesn't get better than that. It's got a striker on the bottom, and it also has a striker on the inside. So you have one that's fully protected in the waterproof compartment here. And then, like I said, it fits a whole box of the stormproof matches. So that's another thing from Exotac. I have almost their whole lineup. Um, this is the Titan Light by Exotac, and I got to order flints for this because there's no flints. But yeah, this is another one. The nice thing about this is I've had Zippos where you throw them in your pocket and it leaks, and then you get the chemical burn, and that definitely sucks. These don't do that. It's got a gasket on here, and the cap goes on. So yeah, this is the Exotac Titan Light. Another one is the Rip Spool. It's got I think about 18 or 20 inches or so of 2-inch Gorilla Tape, and then I think like 40 or 50 feet of braided line wrapped up on the bottom here. So you could use the tape as a fire starter if you wanted to. You could use it for small tent repairs if your poofy jacket gets a tear in it or something. The tape's perfect for that. And on the inside, it does have a sail needle. Not sure if you guys can see that. And there's room in here too. There's people that'll put like small panfish hooks in here, and they'll actually use it like a hobo fishing reel. So they'll set up this line here on the end with a hook and throw that out, and then you hobo reel it. So this is the rip spool, another cool item. And then there's the this is the fire rod V2. This is their second version, ferrocium rod. It has a waterproof top, if I can get it undone. But there's a tinder in here, and the ferro rods on this is replaceable. They're threaded, so if you wear it out, you can replace it. But this is the fire rod V2, and then the big brother to this one is the fire rod XL, which is a 1/2 inch diameter ferro rod, and it's got about like 18 inches or so of 1 inch Gorilla tape on here. So when you start adding it up, like if you're carrying both of these, which is what I think I'm gonna end up doing, I've got about 1.5 feet or so, almost 2 feet of 1 inch, and the equivalent for 2 inch tape. So repairs or emergency fires, whatever, things start to complement each other. And this one has the same waterproof capsule in the top, and it holds like 4 tinders in here. So you've got 4 tinders ready to go with your ferro rod. So definitely a cool little setup. So that's the fire rod XL, the V2. And then there's the fire sleeve. The one that I don't have is the Nano Spark. It's like just a little sparker, and that's cool for starting your like isobutane stoves or whatever. Weldon Carey, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Awesome giveaway earlier, man. That was wicked cool. Lots of fun. Thanks for being so generous with the community, man. The Virginia Bushcrafter, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? Yeah, brand new American. Yeah, you got the link there. That's awesome. But yeah, Exotac is they make some high-end quality gear, and I'm definitely digging it. Another small ferro rod they have is the Nano Striker XL. This one's in the OD, and it comes apart. The striker's in the end here. And then you got your little striker here, and so it's like keychain size emergency ferro rod, but it's cool. You can definitely work it. I'd put some cord on this thing. Put like a snake knot of a couple inches to give you something to really hang on to. And this thing's just about perfect. And the nice thing about this is like awesome emergency one, because you don't have to have it with a knife or a striker. The striker's built into the bottom, like I said. It just unscrews, and there's your striker. So it's something, even if you don't have a knife with you or some type of other striker, you can still use it. Yeah, coin worker. Those are the Leatherman Raptor shears. Yeah, they fold up, and for us Gen Xers, Transformers was cool back in the day or whatever. Yeah, these things fold right up. Maybe that's my attraction to them, is it's kind of like that childhood memory of Transformers. But yeah, these are shears there, and they also got a hook knife, and there's a ring cutter, pocket clip, glass breaker on the end. So yeah, these are very cool, high end. I'm definitely digging the Leatherman as well. I just kind of get quality gear. I don't know, maybe it's I'd rather wait and save for months and get one piece of key gear that I'm really going to enjoy than buying a whole bunch of trinkets that bring temporary happiness or they break. Yeah, get her done outdoors. That's what I want. I want I like the full tang uh, like tomahawk hatchet style, but the full tang. There used to be a company here in New Hampshire that made them, but they went out of business. And yeah. Yeah, that's the interesting. Yeah. Yeah, totally chaos theory. Buy once, cry once. The odd thing is I never cry about it. I end up happy with my purchases. I feel like I get value out of them. So just cracked open a monster drink. Just anybody's drinking monster drinks on Friday nights, hanging with the guys. Yeah, El Cap, and yeah, you should say that because that's where it all started. Like back in the day, I was young when I started rock climbing, and when your life depends on your gear, it's quality over quantity. Um, and the same is true with skydiving and scuba diving and base jumping and anything you're doing stupid where you can get hurt, where your health depends on the quality of your equipment. Yeah, buy once, cry once. In fact, yeah, I've even broken helmets like mountain biking helmet. I had this ultralight specialized helmet, and I ended up wrecking and it broke the helmet, and it wasn't worth using anymore. But it saved my head for the most part. So yeah, even when you break gear, like if it does its job, it's worth it. Best hatchet axe recommendation for survival. Um, I would say something with a full tang. Um, Yeah, definitely get something with a full tang, and you don't have to worry about handle strikes and breaking the handle. So if it's survival and your life absolutely depends on it, yeah, as much as Grand Brooks makes a sweet hatchet and axe and stuff, I'd rather get a full tang and not worry about handle breakage and stuff. But honestly, it's probably the least used tool as well. I probably I use a saw way more than I use a hatchet or an axe. Likewise, I use a knife substantially more than a hatchet as well. I mean, they have their use, but I think their usefulness is limited. I think like lightweight quality saws kind of made them a little less attractable. So, yeah, yeah, the full tang hatchets, and that's what I'm saying. Things that are durable. Those, I'm sure everybody's owned those little orange match caps. They always end up breaking on you. I think like plastic dries out over time and becomes frail and cracks, and I think that's what happens to a lot of the plastic gear. Is it just goes to trash. Yeah, GSXR. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really, I'm not a Walmart person. I don't shop at Walmart. So I can assure you nothing here was purchased at Walmart. I try to go to manufacturer direct whenever I can because it eliminates knockoffs and frauds and stuff like that. And helping the smaller businesses is much better. Yeah. Sharpening tools, I guess it depends, sharpening tools are important, but if it's a survival kit, then yeah, minimalize your sharpening tools. You can get away with some sandpaper and put some sandpaper in your kit and you can sharpen with that. Um, I mean, but if you're intentionally going out for like long-term bushcrafting or something, yeah, there's a lot out there. Yeah, ground fog. There are those tomahawks that I think Cold Steel makes some. I've seen them and stuff. There's a few places that make those. Yeah, they're easily field replaceable, or you can fabricate them in the field. But I'd like to just bypass all that and just use a full tang and not even worry about replacing it. I mean, unless you want it removable for packability or something, I think full tang is the ultimate way to go. Yeah, LCAP. DMT makes them. Also, oh, what's there's another company that makes them. Trend. They make diamond plates, and they make little credit card size diamond sharpeners, and they make like a 2x6 diamond plate sharpener that's like, I think, 300 and 600 grit or something. Yeah, and you could also the thing I like about having a small diamond plate, I haven't got the setup yet, is you can um put a leather strop on a magnet and throw that down on the plate. So you can use the plate to sharpen and then throw the magnetic leather on, and you're using the plate as your flat base, and then the magnet and stuff to strop your knife or your axe, whatever. Wow, there's 100 people watching. That's insane. Yeah, GSR, man. Yeah, a full tang for sure. Yeah, absolutely. An absolute full tang, and then but well crafted so that it blends with the scales and it doesn't affect your grip. But yeah, definitely a full tang. I'm not into those rat tang stuffs or any of that. Yeah, I think pretty much the majority of my knives are Phobos knives, and I like their design. Everything he makes is full tang. There's nothing partial. Even this is the tier one mini mini. This is their smallest production knife, but everything is full tang. Yeah, most definitely. I couldn't agree with that more. Crispy Critter, you carry a Cold Steel Warhawk. Isn't that how big is that? Is that like a 12, 13 inch hatchet, or isn't that bigger like the a 19 or 20 or something, Crispy? Yeah, so full tang, and yeah, that's I think that's why I want to get into a full tang hatchet. But other than that, I mean that's I was looking at, has anybody seen the bone tactical ones? He's got like the bone hawk and the bone breacher or something. Those are like full tang, big setups. But yeah, I think this for the most part is pretty complete set, especially once you throw into your fire kit some cordage. I got to get a new tarp. I'm looking at either AquaQuest, which I have one of theirs, the Defender 10 by 13, but that thing's like a base camp setup. It's a tank. But I'm looking into the Light Fighter Commando tarp. Is that what it is? The quack attack? It's just a glorified bottle opener. Which one do you have? Yeah, 19 inch. Yeah, that's pretty standard size, right? For like small. I know the Granford's Brooks small forest axe is that's 19 inches. Yeah, okay, so Chaos the DD tarps, yeah, those are pretty nice too. They've also got nice hammock system I'm looking into. The oh, what is it? The Frontline XL? Yeah, just buy a toy hauler, right? I think it's always crazy. Like things look like a lot when you lay them out, but they typically pack up real nicely. Um, Yeah, Grumpy, are those like reusable tarps, or are they like throwaways? So yeah, Chaos Theory, was that the they have like the Frontline, then the Frontline XL, right? Which one did you use? I know, right? Oh, that's cool, Grumpy. I'll have to check that out. Or that's probably sitting right behind you during the lives. Maybe you can show it to me during your next live or something. That would be cool. Cause yeah, I definitely got to get a tarp. Um, One of the things that I do recommend is the if anybody's used this, the Snug Pack SF Bivy. It's like a little bit beefier than a 12-ounce can, but it's a whole bivy bag, and this is pretty sweet if you're gonna do some ground camping and stuff like that. I guess I don't know. I don't have a problem putting stuff in the bags, being a parachute rigger, but yeah, it's a small stuff sack. It's not very big at all. Fits in the kit real nice. Yeah, GSXR, man. Yeah, probably the perfect size for that if we're still doing that. GSXR, man. You got 10 years for a slingshot. What did you do with it? That it's got to be a Canadian thing or something, right? Or I don't know anymore. Um, NEM. I will. I'm gonna get into like compact fishing gear. Um, like stuff like the I'm definitely gonna get the Exotac, the X reel. It's a hobo fishing reel. I'll try some stuff like that, some pack size stuff, but yeah, more like survival fishing, not so much sport fishing, if that makes sense. That would be my plan. Yeah, my thing. I want to get into compact some of the hunting and fishing stuff. Like we were talking about the slingshot earlier. Uh, where can I put this? Right here. Um, like these can be used for small game like squirrel and rabbit, pheasant. And that would be like an active hunting system, like you would use an archery, a bow and arrow archery setup or a pew pew or something. That would be your active. And then I want to get into some snare traps and stuff like that. The wire snare traps that are compact and are passive hunting techniques. Same thing with the fishing. I want to get into like active fishing and then passive fishing. They've got the auto reels and stuff like that. So yeah, so it'd be active and passive hunting and active and passive fishing, small game, survival, compact, backwoods kind of stuff. Um so that's my intentions. That's kind of the direction I'm heading that with this. Oh, thanks for getting that, Northern Girl. Appreciate it. Yeah, the K bar handrail. Yeah, I've seen those. Those are pretty cool as well. Um Man, if there's this one oh, what is this? I'm gonna have to find the link to it. But he's got a reel called the UFO, and it's maybe like I want to say like 3 inch or so diameter, and it actually has like a little gearing system inside of it. and a little handle that pops out. You hold it. Yeah, it's it's the rodless reel. I want to say the rodlessreel.com or something, and it's called the UFO reel. But it's on the pricey side. It's like $150, but it is the baddest, coolest blingity bling bling hobo fishing reel I've seen. Yeah, Northern Girl. That's what I'm working towards. But I think, I guess if I had everything all at once, and it would just be like everything would be done and over with. Well, it's just going to be like the growth of the channel and stuff as I add on to what I have. Oh yeah, yeah, those old foldable ones, as seen on TV. If I got that right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. That's funny. Yeah, ground fog. If you want, post a link to that to your Discord channel, which I haven't. I'm on it, but I haven't been. I don't know what it is. Discord hasn't been working well for me. I'm a huge tech tard anyhow, so it's just to be expected, I guess. So yeah, so that's like compact, active, and passive fishing, compact, active, and passive um, fishing, hunting, and then some survival shelter. Slightly different adventure stuff too. Like, I mean, I'm a fan of hiking, but I like biking better. So I'll almost definitely be doing some adventure mountain biking stuff. I don't know what they call it anymore. Bike tour, bike packing. It's all cool. We're gonna put stuff on the bike and go for a ride and see how much trouble we can get into without any serious bodily harm or injury. Yeah, so that's yeah, Groundfog posted that, the link to his Discord if people want to have open discussions. He's just getting it started, I think like a few weeks ago, right, Groundfog? And he'll be discussing like all kinds of stuff in there. I'll be getting in there as well. Yeah, I don't know about those. You're talking about those like the walking staffs or whatever that they say are for survival, and it's got like a built-in ferro rod, and yeah, it's got like a little saw, a little knife, a little this, a little that. NEM, yeah, I cycle. I don't bike. I'm not sure. A push bike, a pedal bike, Cannondale, specialized. Yeah, I used to ride a motors. I haven't ridden a motorcycle in a long time. I quit driving cars too. I don't drive cars. I ride bikes, push bikes. No, I haven't gotten an e-bike. I might try one. I don't know. Maybe when they get the battery science down better, I don't have to worry about burning down the place. Yeah, Spyro Gyro. This is the Spyderco Sage um CF carbon fiber scales. This was actually gifted to me by a member of the knife community. So, yeah, this is a sweet knife. I am definitely, yeah, it's sweet. It fits in the pocket. It disappears in the pocket. Um, it is I don't know, for me, it was a little tricky getting it to open. I don't know if people saw my first couple of live chats, but my failure rate on opening this thing was about like 97%. Like, I guess if you're going to suck at something, suck at it really good, because that's where I was with this. But no, now I got it down. I got it down, I think. Yeah. Just like on TV, right? So that is yeah, that's a Spyderco Sage 5 CF. Yeah, yeah, the battery science, man, those things are catching on fire all the time. And it's not like a casual fire, it's a brutal fire. So I'm not sure if I want to be putting something like that in the house. And the cost of them, if you're gonna haul some gear and stuff, they get up there, five, six, $10,000. And But yeah, for the most part, I like pedal bikes. I started. I've been into cycling my entire life. Yeah, like I don't. I think the big turning point when it became like a kid's hobby into like something I enjoy doing was like the '89 Tour de France. When Greg LeMond won the Tour de France and he had the aero bars and Oakleys and all the cool. Yeah, yeah, that's when cycling really took off for me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Spyro Gyro. Yeah, I'll probably play with that a little bit. Um, I don't know. It's okay. I'm not that particular when it comes to. I mean, as long as it does what I want it to do when it's supposed to do it, I'm pretty happy with a knife. The folders at least. Well, that's with anything, I suppose. Oh yeah, that sounds that's insane. Yeah, that'll never happen with a standard push bike, right? Tambo Snipes, which fixed blade? This setup here. Um, yeah, so the small one piggybacked is the Phobos Tier One Mini Mini, and these are sweet little knives. Awesome for EDC as well. And the larger one is the Phobos Knives Tier One BC. It's in Magna Cut. And just as a comparison, this is the Tier 1C versus the Tier 1 BC. There's about a little over an inch difference. I do like the sleeker profile of the handle design on the BC. I guess the bow drill divot is cool. If you do end up in a situation like that, you have a major component to a bow drill friction fire already completed, so you only got to do the spindle and the base. Oh, Grumpy, thanks for stopping by, man. Take care, brother. Have a good one. I will. I'll probably see you Sunday morning. But yeah, so that's yeah, the Tier One BC and the Tier One C, both by Phobos Knives. But I think for like a common carry, if I'm going to be carrying a hatchet and a saw, I definitely like the Tier One BC. And the Magna Cut has that great edge retention, so you're not sharpening as often. Mostly with a lot of my knives, I just have to strop. As long as you keep that edge going, you keep it well honed and everything, you can avoid taking your knife to stone quite a bit. So, which is a major plus. Yeah, the batteries are becoming quite the problem. Those lithium ion batteries are actually quite dangerous. They're nice, but they're massive weight reduction from alkaline and whatnot. But they're crazy dangerous. So, and the other thing that I would definitely add to a kit like this, I mean, I guess you could say it's kind of more like a three-piece kit. The additional knife is an option I like. But I think the one thing that you don't see a lot of is a quality digging tool. Like, I don't want to use my hatchet or my knife to dig a hole. So I'm looking into some different digging tools. Hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, I'll be able to get something going. Yeah, brand new American. Did you see where they take? There's a short. I don't know. It has like 65 million views or some insane number of views, and it shows them taking an Energizer lithium battery. And yeah, that thing is just scary. But what's that new technology they're coming out? Some new hydro something battery that's supposed to change batteries forever. Yeah, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's definitely out there. Another knife that those that didn't see it that I got for Christmas from the family is the Phobos Knives Calcula, and I am definitely enjoying this knife. Um, this one's got the satin finish, red G10 liners with black micarta scales, and this is I think this is going to be like an all-around camp knife, EDC knife. Um, yeah, it is. It is real sweet. But yeah, the Phobos Knives Calcula. Um, it's got the CPM S35 VN steel. Has anybody heard anything about yeah, the steel company there in New York? Making the CPM steels. Yeah, I've looked at those. Those are yeah, the cold steel. That's the Russian Special Forces shovel, right? Virginia Bushcrafter, if I'm thinking right. Yeah, that's the one. It like has a wooden handle and it folds down. Um, yeah, I'm looking at something completely different. I think I'm trying to think outside the box on this one. Yeah, Marco, Crucible Steels. Yeah, has anybody heard about that? They're discussing whether or not somebody's going to buy them or something. It might be the end of CPM steels. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm buying into that one, but um, yeah. Has anybody heard anything about that? Anything new or? Yeah, Crispy. I get you. I bet you could help out in those conversations quite a bit. I'm sure. 22 years, you most definitely learned a few things. Oh, it doesn't fold at all. Oh, Quack Attack. So Crucible did get bought. So, but is it a good they got bought or is it a bad they got bought? Like there's a paper mill up in Berlin, New Hampshire, where I used to own some properties, and there was a paper mill there, and they ended up getting bought out. They were having financial problems, and they had a couple of layoffs, and then people went back to work and stuff, and then they ended up getting bought out by a Canadian company that just shut them down. They couldn't if once they were closed for like 2 years, they couldn't reopen. They were on the Merrimack River and had like a grandfather clause, so they could still be open. But yeah, I just hope it's not something quacky like that. Yeah, that's cool. So that whole thing's over with already. Nothing to panic about. I wonder how many people went out panic buying CPM steels because they thought it was going to be the end of it. Nate, what's your question, man? Hopefully it's a good one. I thought he had a question. He said he had a question. What's the question, bro? Oh, that's okay. I guess some of us are cheap, some of us aren't. Depends on the definition of cheap though. Is it cheap like cheap as in it's going to fail you quickly because that's a bad plan, but are you cheap as in frugal and you like to be conservative with your spending? I think it's good to be frugal. Definitely get what you pay for. But yeah, um, Mike Lancaster, the knife in the larger leather sheath is the Phobos Tier One BC. Phobos is for operators by operators. It's owned by Eric Hansen, a retired Green Beret of 22 years, and he's out of Tennessee, and that is Phobos Knives. This is the Tier One BC in Magna Cut, This has the PVD finish, red G10 liners, black micarta scales, attitude adjuster at the bottom. Yeah, that'll definitely work. That'll rethink it or open the coconut, you know? Bad, bad, bad. An EDC 72-hour bag. Um, I don't know, something, you know, if you're looking like mid-budget, maybe like the 511 Rush 72. And I think the best way to go about a bag, um, setting up any kind of bag is figure out what you want to carry first. Do like a good gear layout similar to this, but you know, include your tarp, your socks, whatever it is you want to put in there, and then figure out what the volume is, and then go from a bag because you might get away with a smaller bag. You might need a bigger bag. You know, like in the summer, I'm going to get away with something a lot smaller in New Hampshire than I would in the winter. Yeah, yeah, that's a trick. I think the marketing of these companies gives you a guideline. Like the Rush series is a great one. They've got the 12, the 24, and the 72. And that's based on a, you know, a day pack, a small overnight emergency pack, and a 72-hour pack. So it really comes down to lay out your gear, figure out what you need. Sam Platypus, how you doing? He's from Australia as well. How goes it? Staying away from the crazy kangaroos? Yeah, Virginia Bushcrafter. I need to get a kukri. I'm actually, I mean, being in the Northeast, you know, a hatchet or a small axe has always been the thing to go to around here. But yeah, I've never really got into big knives. Like this is probably the biggest knife I've ever owned. Close to it. It's got to be about in there. I had one of those crazy, back in the like late '80s, early '90s. I think it was a Buckmaster or something, and it had the oversized guard with the two weights that came out. They're supposed to be able to use it as a grappling hook or something insane. A wallaby hot bass. Yeah, yeah, everything works in a JanSport too. I know that like JanSport used to make great packs. I don't know about anymore. So yeah, and that's what I was saying is whatever works for you, you're gonna find out what your gear kit is, and then you're gonna base your bag off of that. I would never buy a bag and then try to fill it with stuff. That's kind of like the reverse way of doing it, I think. But yeah, that's what I think about that. Yeah, get your gear first and then put it in a bag, and then you'll find out what you actually need. Pack volume's a big thing, and it can vary a lot. The 511 one. I mean, you could. There's a lot of bags out there you could use. Direct Action has a nice. The Halifax Medium is a pretty sweet bag. Something I've been looking into. And then yeah, there's you could also look into Hill People gear. They're going to be pretty pricey, but the quality is super high, and they've got some original designs that are more for like outback civilian use than military and stuff. Yeah, Chaos Series, and that's the other thing too. Yeah, are you looking for you know, are you looking to be the rainbow bright hiker that has all different colors of everything? Are you looking to be more the earth tones kind of gray man blend in with stuff, or you know, are you going full blown tactical? Yeah, yeah, Sam, that's the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, you got a couple of bags that are too big that you're not going to use unless you decide to do the whole hiking thing. I think that's a problem that people run into. Yeah, Nate, so yeah, Gray Man, you could look into Hill People gear. Mystery Ranch is another one that has some Vertex. Yeah, Tactical. Yeah, and some of them I think like Mystery Ranch has like, their military lineup and civilian lineup. Oh, thanks for being here, Crispy Critter, man. Always awesome to see you, bro. I'll probably see you at Jubon's later on. I usually end up there. I'll see you somewhere. We always run into each other somewhere. It's cool. But yeah, thanks for being here, Crispy Critter. Always a pleasure, man. Take care. I'll see you soon. Yeah, so packs are and then kind of what I do when I like, oh, I should do a video on this. Um like my gray man thing is like when I'm mountain biking, when I'm bike touring, traveling a lot of distance, my bike looks like it stands out like I want it to because I don't want to get hit by the damn automobile drivers. So my bike sticks out, but then I do a lot of stealth camping, so it has like that shiny red. Look at how sporty and cool I am exterior while I'm riding on the road. And then when I go in the woods, I usually have a tarp I can put over my bike. My camping gear that's inside my panniers and stuff will be like earth tones, greens, browns, camos, and camo is a color. So yeah, Vertex goes on sale a lot. Oh, this one's actually red, man. It does look orange on the can. This is really red. I should have a disclaimer before I get in trouble. The colors that you see on your screen may not be the colors represented, or some. How's that go? Yeah, yeah, exactly, Sam Platypus. Yeah, so when I'm traveling, like when I'm hiking or biking, I blend in completely. I look like an adrenaline idiot. Um, but then when I get to my camp spot, everything that I pull out, my tent is like I was using a marmot tent that was like OD or something. And then yeah, low speed, high drag. This is my biggest knife. If you want to see huge knives, go to Choir Boys Outdoors and tell Scab I sent you. He'll show you some pocket swords. It may cause gear envy. Yeah, it totally looks, and that's whoops. We're gonna get this down. So I'm gonna get one of those proper phone holder things. But yeah, it's crazy because I can look to the side and it's absolutely red, 110% red. But on the monitor, yeah, it's orangish, reddish orange, burnt orange. Yeah, Sam, no blue tarps. That should be a rule for everybody. Um, yeah, no blue tarps allowed. They sell them in. They have the same exact tarps in like brown, and uh, and I've seen them in camo too. I don't know why everybody gets the blue ones. Like they must have a deal on those or something. Yeah, yeah, ground fog. The other one they did that with is the Gerber Strong Arm. When the Gerber Strong Arm was $30, I mean $30 for a knife, you can't go wrong. But then it got popular and it's up to like 80 or $90. And there's a massive amount of fakes and knockoffs going around there. There's like videos all over YouTube on the fakes. Yeah, blue's probably cheaper. Yeah, they must give a deal on it or something, or maybe that's how they help keep track of certain people. The smallest knife would be a folder or a fixed blade. Ground fog. No, sorry. Low speed, high drag. Yeah, the smallest fixed blade that I have is the Phobos Knives Tier 1 Mini Mini. It's CPM 154 CM steel. It has an overall blade length of like 3.5 inches. But yeah, this would be my smallest. And then other than that, I've got my Spyderco Sage in carbon fiber. This would be the smallest, I guess, or the blade on the Leatherman or something. Just in general, tools like basics of tools, knife, hatchet, um, fire starting stuff, saw. I don't know. I'm trying not to title every kit. I think that there's too many bunk titles for kits on YouTube. I don't know what to think of half of it. Um, I guess as I'm learning more about YouTube, a lot of it's just the title has nothing to do with the kit. So yeah, yeah. So the Virginia Bushcrafter, yeah, that's kind of. I mean, my knives are a little bit smaller, but then standard, I would carry, like I said, a hatchet and a saw with this the saw and the knife being used the most. But yeah, as far as I mean, I guess like some of the stuff I EDC, um, or variants of, I carry odd things for an EDC, but make a funny joke. Well, I think the point of any joke would be to be funny. Where's Mimo when you need him? Mimo, help me out here. Or Kyle. Kyle, come on, man. You guys need to come in with your horrible dad jokes. Yeah, Sam, I definitely use a bigger knife to for batoning. In fact, that's why I had this one made. It's got a convex grind, and the convex grind is what you'd sharpen a hatchet with. So it has the same splitting concept. Um, and whereas I don't use a hatchet very often, I would carry like this bigger knife and get rid of the hatchet, and just so it'd be a little bit more like this. I would just carry these two tools um, for my primary stuff. I've got a saw for I can cut down small standing deadwood or whatever with it. Um, you can do a lot with the silky saw, and I'd rather when it comes to bucking up firewood, I'd rather cut it with a saw than with a hatchet or an axe because the saw is going to leave a clean cut. When you stand it up to baton it, it stands up. Where when you chop away, you end up V cutting everything with the hatchet. And then when you try to stand it up to baton it or something, it kind of creates a dangerous situation. So, but yeah, I would actually say this. If you're thinking survival and stuff like that, I would ditch the hatchet and get a knife that's good for batoning, that's made to handle it, and then just run these two and not carry the hatchet. Um, and that's literally that's why I got this knife. That's why this knife was made. Yeah, Hoggy, you're right. Yeah, that's where my piggyback systems come in. So this would be I either have the tier one BC or the tier one mini mini or the tier one C with the tier one mini. Um, right. So here's no matter which one I'm carrying, there's your 1, 2, and then your third knife system for me is just going to be like a folding knife, for real small stuff, or you could consider the tools on your multi tool as like a smaller saw, smaller third knife or whatever. Um, so that's kind of the 1, 2, 3. I don't know if Eric's going to make them again, but Phobos Knives used to have an MKB9, which this is a 6.5-inch blade on here. The MKB9 had a 9-inch blade. So that would be cool if you had like the MKB9, the Tier 1C, and then like the Tier 1 Mini Mini as a 3-knife system. It's definitely workable. Oh, yeah, 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 hatchet blade. That's the wildlife hatchet. Not sure how well you guys can see that. And it's stamped by the maker on every one that they make. And yeah, the Granfors Brooks, these come like shaving sharp. They're extremely sharp knives. I might still be able to I don't know. See how good my technique is here. Hey, if you guys like the cutting of the paper, type 1. If you don't like the cutting of the paper, type 2. But yeah, this one's been used a bit. Could probably use a little honing, but it's still still cutting paper sharp. Hoggy, my EDC slingshot right now is the only slingshot I'm really running, and that's the Simple Shot LT2. And I enjoy this so much. I'm looking at the LT2 Pro. That is definitely something that I'm interested in. Low speed, high drag. No, I don't go hunting anymore. I haven't been hunting in years. I traveled way too much for work, skydiving, and so yeah, it just didn't fit into my schedule anymore. So yeah, so no, I don't do any hunting anymore. I suppose I kind of like stay up on like my archery skills a little bit in case I needed to. But for the most part, yeah, I don't really hunt anymore. Yeah, my favorite hatchet so far is this Grand First Brooks Wildlife hatchet. Um, but later on, I want to try out some more full tang. Is the direction I'm heading. My favorite shelter tent. Uh, I would probably say like the Light Fighter 2-man tent is got to be my favorite. If you guys haven't seen the Light Fighter tents, they are very cool. They're the only tent system that I've seen that is like a true 4-season tent, and it's modular, so you can use it comfortably in the summer. And then it has like a second layer that goes over, like a skin that goes over the main tent. I get okay. That's awesome, Sam. Yeah. So apparently the vidIQ guys, the candle doesn't really attract people. Sam's been here for a while and just noticed that was a candle. Maybe it's the angle. I got to get a better angle or something. Yeah. What are you hunting for, man? Low speed, high drag. What you hunting for, guy? No, Brennan. It's balsam and cedar. It's a Yankee Candle balsam and cedar scented. Hunting for turkey. Yeah. That's good. Do you find that wild turkey's a little more gamey than the raised stuff? Or I don't know, is that just me? Like I did the camera or something. So anything else? Anybody else got any plans for this weekend? Anything exciting going on, or we got one guy out hunting? I think the excitement for my weekend is coffee Sunday mornings. I'm gonna start. Like I said, I'm gonna be doing live chat Sunday mornings. Just a coffee chat, whatever. Short, like hour and a half, and then from there, Grumpy Grunt does his live. Making a mess with the paper. But yeah, I would say this is a basic toolkit. I mean, you would obviously, I mean, if you're really getting into the woodworking stuff, probably want some bigger tools, but you would also want like some Scotch-eyed augers, some bench chisels, definitely a larger saw. I'm hoping to be able to get into some of those builds eventually. You know, lean-tos, dugouts, stuff like that. Oh, nice, nice, Chaos. Where are you going for that? Like, now, Chaos, you're still in New Hampshire, right? Camping in my station wagon in my yard. Yeah, you're full time camping, aren't you, Sam Platypus? The Baker Tarp Shelter. Nice. Yeah, that's some good stuff. The ending part there. Properly managing your fire area or your fire pit, how to properly dig one and keep it safe. Mini poly wedges for splitting. No ground fog. I haven't got a clue, man. But if you other than maybe steel, Stihl, I know they make some poly wedges. Um, if you don't mind orange, but yeah, that would be the only one I can think of. Ground fog is steel. They make some heavy duty like polymer wedges or something like that. Um, that might work, and they're going to be lighter. I mean, I know Granfors Brooks has a nice steel one. Oddly, steel has a nice plastic one. Um, no, I don't have a truck or camper shell set up or anything like that. I have a mountain bike, and that's how I roll. Yeah, I travel completely by well, I should say completely. When I'm going out with Mrs. Bushcraft, she doesn't like the bicycle, so we drive her car. She drives her car. I ride my bike usually though. Yeah, I have a short on it a little bit. I'll be doing some more videos on like yeah, like bike touring, bike packing, setting up your bike for long distance. I mean, my longest ride was from New York to Key West, and I did that. I used to go New York to Florida and back every year with the season. In the fall, I would ride down to Florida. In the spring, I would ride back up to New York, Maine, wherever. Yeah, I'm just getting caught up on the comments. So, yeah, Northern Girl Hobby. That's awesome. Bees are supposed to be, honeys is like extremely good for you. That would be awesome to have yourself a natural source. And then if you end up with a surplus, you could trade or something. Is that what you plan to do, or are you just doing it for self consumption? What type of bike do I recommend for a newbie? Depends on what kind of riding you're going to do. If you're just going to be a road rider, if you're going to do, more trails than not, if you want a hybrid of the two. Um, no, Virginia, I used my mountain bike. I use my what is it? It's a custom Cannondale F5 frame, and I rebuilt the rest of it myself. Um, yeah, I did it on a mountain bike though. Yeah, there's a couple trips I tried putting some of the high pressure road slicks on my mountain bike. Um, but I just found I got more flats, so I just kept using my mountain bike tires even. And I would get off the pavement as much as I could and get on the trails. In fact, I plan to do a couple more big rides. Maybe start training a lot this year, and then like 2026 will be, I'll make a ride to Key West or something. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay. So you are planning to do it as part of a business. Keep me posted on that. I would definitely be interested. That and Northern Girl Hobbies. I'd be looking for beeswax as well for some projects. So that would be cool to get that sourced from somebody from the community. Yeah, I want to eventually start making some beeswax candles. What else? Some fire starters, stropping paddles. Um, I have a design for a slingshot frame, um, my own frame, but I've got that in the works. I'm gonna get a couple prototypes made up and then redo it. Oh, awesome, Grumpy. Thanks, man. I will check that as soon as this live chat is done. Uh, if I try checking it now, something will go horribly wrong with the technologies here. So, but yeah, I've got a few other things I want to make. Yeah, some beeswax candles, tins, like I said, fire starters, some stropping paddles, or stropping system, field sharpening system, maybe even. Yeah, Northern, that would be awesome. I love the bartering thing. Bartering, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more bartering in the future with the way the economy is. I think I'm already noticing more of it. So yeah, what else? Well, this is one of my favorite tools. Anybody want to guess what it is? Anybody? Anybody? I know somebody in here knows. Yeah, yeah, Virginia Bush. That's some riding there, man. That's awesome. I suppose you could use it as a toothpick, but it's a Marlin spike. It's actually for working out knots and stuff like that. And this will save you a fortune on your cordage expenses because rather than cutting the knots off the ends all the time, this will help you pick the knot, almost like a lock pick. Cool thing I like about this one is the top unscrews, and it has 3 finger trapping fids in here. And this is basically for 275 paracord, 550, and this will work like 750 to 900. So you've got finger trapping fids for the major cordages that you would be carrying out in the woods. But this is one of those tools, like I didn't know much about it until I got into parachute rigging. And then once I got into parachute rigging, I learned about it and I'm like, wow, where has this been all my life? And I've been using it now for, well, not this one. I've owned quite a few of them, but for 25 years now, I've been using the Marlin spikes. And definitely, this one's aluminum and stuff, so it's pretty lightweight. There's not much to it. I got to get a scale and start measuring this stuff. I know like the gram weenies and stuff are like, oh, it's so heavy, but it's not. Suck it up, Buttercup. Whoops, did I just have that moment? Yeah, zombie jabber, that would work. Yeah, Brennan. Yeah, same concept. Yeah. Um, yeah, that definitely works too. The Marlin spike, I think, like this one is like around 20 bucks or something. They're not very expensive. It might be like 25 dollars. I don't know if like greedflation hit this too, but yeah, they're not expensive at all. 25 dollars. And like I said, they'll pay for themselves over time. Just like I said, instead of cutting the ends off of everything, you can actually take the knots out and you just keep reusing the same cordage. So definitely worth its weight. And yeah, there's some fancy titanium ones out there and stuff that you can pick up for crazy money as well. Same, it's called a Marlin spike. Marlin. Marlin spike. Yeah, Donald, isn't that? It's one of those tools, man. I think unless you're like a sailing rigger or a parachute rigger, an arborist or something, which I've done two out of the three, you really don't. It's not something you use, but I think camping and stuff, bushcrafting stuff like any place you're going to use a lot of cord. It's yeah, it's one of those tools. It's very cool. And there's a whole bunch of them. Like different companies make them. Like I said, you can get like $100 titanium ones, and yeah, um, yeah, no, but definitely one of those tools that once I started using it, once I learned what it was, I've never really never gone without one. Yeah, I'm not sure it would actually work against a marlin fish. Okay, no, I don't have any Japanese knives. Just I've got Japanese saws, the silky saws. My knives are from the United States, Tennessee Phobos knives. But yeah, I've seen Japanese knives are pretty nice. I just not. I've never seen any that really fit my bill. So yeah, it does look like it's for self defense, and don't let TSA catch you with it because that's what they're gonna think too. TSA, they're so stupid. Right. So I was flying from Orlando. No, I'm sorry, not Orlando. Tampa, Florida to Ithaca, New York, and I had one of these finger trapping fids in the bottom of my backpack, and I didn't know it. And so TSA pulls me aside, brings me in their little crazy interview room, and asks if they can go through my bag and look at it because it had fallen in the bottom of the backpack, and yeah, I literally had a finger trapping fid, which these are blunted. They're made to thread through rope and stuff like that, and without doing any damage. I had one of these in the bottom of my backpack, and TSA pulls me aside like I'm some crazy terrorist or something. And they asked me what it's for, and I explained it to them. I'm like, it's a finger trapping fid, and I'm traveling, so I have everything on me. I bring out my airman certificate, so I have an ID from the Federal Aviation Administration stating that I'm an FAA certified master parachute rigger and my other aviation ratings, right? And I show it to the TSA guy and like, look, I'm a parachute rigger and here's my FAA information and stuff, and that's what that's for, and that's why it's. And they ended up making me miss my flight. Then instead of flying me into Ithaca, New York, they had a flight that sent me to Elmira, New York, which is another hour north or so of Ithaca, all over a finger trapping fit. I haven't flown commercially since then. No way. I'll rent a plane and fly myself. Yeah, low speed, high drag. I know a ton of people that were in the military. There's probably a bunch of them in here right now. Or no, I know Crispy left, but yeah. Oh, Squatchy. This is my Marlin spike. Yeah, everybody. Squat shot. Leon. He Dude, did you end up making those Marlin spikes? But anyhow, he makes lanyards for your slingshots. He can make lanyards for your knives. He can make lanyard for your Marlin spike if you ask him to. Pretty much, he'll make a lanyard for anything. And he also makes frame bags for your frames, or you could call them like small ditty bags, organizing bags, stuff like that. I mean, they're design. I think he designed them around putting frames in them, but you could put your other goofy stuff in there too. Like if you wanted to put your fire kit in there, so it could be a fire kit bag. I don't know. Yeah, Leon, what else could you use those bags for? Like anything in a small little organizer bag. Leon's the guy you want to talk to. Leon, if you want to post your link, bro. Yeah, Holland's got strict rules. I mean, all of Europe has strict rules. They're even getting the rules here are getting more and more strict. Yeah, yeah, you can. Do you know what, Squatch? What are the dimensions of those? They're like 5x6 or 5x7, 4x6, something like that. Yeah, you could use them for your slingshot ammo, your 22 stuff. Yeah, I guess anything that you would use a small bag for. And he does them in a variety of colors and stuff, and he can match it all up for you gear geeks like me. He can match your frame bag with your lanyard, with your frame. Oh, thanks, Kay. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for showing up. Welcome to the club. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, low speed, high drag. Yeah, my grandparents were both in World War II. That's how they met. My grandfather was in the Air Force, and my grandmother was in the Marine Corps. Go figure. And they actually met at one of those intramural dances or whatever little military balls that they had, and that's the rest is history. Yeah, that's yeah, a bunch of kids roaming around with machetes. Go figure. I mean, like we used to roam around with machetes when I was a kid, but we went in the woods with them. Yeah, yeah. The Marine Corps grandmother is very cool. Um, yeah, they don't make them like that anymore. That's just crazy. Yeah, Northern Girl Hobby. Thanks to all our veterans. Thanks for everything everybody does. Welcome from Zimbabwe, Sam. That's funny, man. That is way too funny. So yeah, I try to be cool. I was one of the cool kids. I mean, it's kind of hard not to be a cool kid when you're a pro skydiver. It's really easy to be one of the cool kids. Actually, you don't even have to try. But oh yeah, so you started in '93. That's yeah, the world was a better place before smartphones. I don't know. It's like a double edged sword. What's another good way of putting it? But yeah, it's like it's capable of doing a lot of good things. The internet, but it doesn't seem to be working out that way all the time. All right, yeah. If anybody had any questions that I didn't answer, go ahead and drop it again if I missed it. Sorry about that, guys. I'm still trying to keep track of getting used to keeping track of the live chat and keeping up with the keeping the stream going. Yeah, Virginia Bushcrafter. I'm glad you found it as well. Yeah, I'm really trying to grow the channel. It's kind of I'm hoping that the channel will grow itself because the way the economy is right now, it's really tough. But yeah, that's why I started doing live chats and stuff is to start growing the channel and start getting some information out there. And I'm not one that like to talk to inanimate objects. Like talking to a random phone is odd to me. So actually having people in the live chat is getting me comfortable with all that stuff. Edwin, this is the Simple Shot LT2, and it's, you know how, like, if you were here when we were looking at this mug, like, this is red, but on the video it looks orange, just because, I don't know, that's what screens do to stuff. And the Simple Shot LT2 oddly looks like really plasticky on video, like on camera, but in real life, it's not as plasticky, if that makes sense. It's a lot more solid. It's more like a solid polymer or something. Um, but yeah, I mean, for the price, these things are like 40, 45 bucks or something. And they might still be on sale. I don't know. They had a good sale over the holidays. But yeah, this is the Simple Shot LT2. I think it's a great deal. And it comes with a couple of bands to start off. So you have like a general purpose band for 3/8 inch, and then you have one for clay, and it has like little samples of each. It comes with a little vial of this is the clay shot, and then 3/8 inch steel shot. So I mean, it's got a little bit to try it out with. It's got a little target in the kit as well. Yeah, Sam, that's what. Yeah, the video doesn't do it any justice. It looks plasticky, but in real life, I mean, it's got like a more of a match to it than what the camera shows. And they also have a grip set I want to get for it, um, like a custom cut die grip set. It's like that skateboard tape, but they have it cut to go on the key points on here. So, but yeah, it's a great deal. I would definitely, like I said, since I got this one, I'm gonna practice a bunch more on this one, and then I might get the LT2 Pro, which is the all metal. It's got like an aluminum body and stuff. Yeah, it's one piece construction. On the back, these are clips you can unscrew that hold the bands in, and it even has a little Allen's wrench. It comes with a little lanyard. It's got a little Allen's wrench. You can loosen the clips to change the bands and stuff. So I mean, it's got everything you need to start shooting for sure. And then you can find a clay shot locally or something, and that would work pretty good too. Yeah, Brian Martin, I think it's a 413. It's the wildlife hatchet. I didn't really keep too accurate track of the nomenclature. But yeah, it's the Granfors Brooks wildlife hatchet, the 13-inch handle. Oh man, you with the slingshot you'd hurt yourself, or the hatchet? Yeah, that would be cool. Black Wolf Outdoors. You're talking like 3D printing one. I wonder how that would work out. I mean, I'm sure it would work. They're printing out pew pews out of that, so I'm sure a slingshot would be highly doable. Yeah, yeah. I think this is like Black Wolf. Yeah, I'm trying to get caught up on the chat here. But yeah, it's a little bit of a kit here. It's I'm gonna fine tune it, dial it in as we go, and um turn it into something special. Yeah, Donald. Yeah, you're right, man. The Walmart clay is awesome. I hate saying Walmart. I'm not a fan of the Walmart business plan or Walmart and stuff like that. But yeah, from what I understand, everybody says that's the clay to go with. I got some. I can't lie about that. I did get some, and it shoots pretty good when it's like $7 or $8 for I think 1,500 shots. Yeah, 1,500. Can you guys see that? Yeah, 1,500 shots. It's 3/8 inch, 9.5, non-toxic, biodegradable, perfect for use with slingshots. I wonder, that's why they called it clay slingshot ammo, because it's perfect for use with slingshots. I'm kind of offended. Like, they think I'm that stupid. Clay slingshot ammo, perfect for use with slingshots. I don't know, marketing. I guess it works though. But yeah, that stuff flies pretty good. I mean, occasionally you get one that goes all quacky paintball on you and curves off, but all blasters are illegal in your state. I wonder why they did that. Well, Harry, glad you're enjoying it, man. Yeah, we try to keep it cool here. I think, yeah, we try to make sure, everybody's polite and courteous to one another. We're here to have some fun. Jokes and everything like that is always welcome. And we try to make sure we talk to everybody. Everybody's included here. Yeah, ground fog. If you're seriously looking into it, if that's on one of your things, man, check that out. The Simple Shot LT2. Um, and then if you decide you don't like it, you haven't invested a lot of money into it. Like I said, it's like they have a starter kit. They were on sale. They're like $60. They're like 20% off, so like $48. And it comes with like a bag of clay and a couple extras, whatever, compared to the regular kit. But yeah, then if it's something that doesn't take off, you haven't invested a lot of money, and if you like it, they have like the pro version, which is like an all metal frame. The scales are metal. Everything's metal instead of everything plastic. Oh, which one did I miss? Oh, Squatch, you taking off? Have a good night, man. I will I'll catch up with you tomorrow or something. Squatch, you doing your live tomorrow night? 7 o'clock, I think. If anybody wants to, like, if anybody really wants to learn about slingshots and you want to see a whole bunch of slingshots, check out Squat Shot tomorrow. He's got, I don't know how many frames, 60, 100, somewhere's in between there. And he's got all different makes and manufacturers, a lot of custom stuff too, a lot of really cool stuff. So, yeah, he does his lives Saturday at 7. So check out his channel as well if you want to, somebody wants to drop a link. Yeah, ground fog, and they definitely pick up the light. Probably can't see it as well here on the camera, but they're the same thing you would find on your bow. On like a good archery, like True Glow system or something like that. They're definitely good. John, those are the fixed blades here are by Phobos Knives. It's for operators by operators. It's a disabled veteran-owned company out of Tennessee, owned by Eric Hansen. He's a 22-year vet of the U.S. Special Forces Green Berets. And well, I'll show it to you. I have this rigged up. This is actually the two straps are for a scout carry, but I moved the top scout carry strap down and fed it through the belt loop on the Tier 1 mini sheath. And then I've got an Olight i3T EOS on the other side with a Exotac Fire Rod V2. And the smaller knife is the Tier 1 Mini. It's got the skeletonized scales. It comes in the DLC or satin finish. I'm sorry, PVD or satin finish. And then G10 liners. There's carbon fiber scales, Micarta G10 options. But yeah, that's the Phobos Tier 1 Mini. And the larger knife. Oh yeah, and the Mini is out of CPM 154 CM steel. And the larger knife is the Tier 1 BC. It's full size. I want to say 11 and a quarter overall. It's Magna Cut steel. This top notch right here is for your ferrocium rod. So instead of it being flat, increases the contact. You get better. Turns it into a little flamethrower. It has the bow drill divot in the handle. Overall, this is one of my favorite knives. By far, I would say this is my favorite production knife to separate the two, because I can't really compare a custom knife to a production model. All right, just getting caught up on the chats. Yeah, this has got a great grip on it. No matter how you grab it, it does have a finger choil, so you can choke up on it. You can even get up and pinch grip this if you were doing some shavy things with it. You can reverse grip it as well. There's jimping on the back. Either way, and the jimping on these, especially this larger jimping here, it looks like it would be aggressive, but it's just chamfered and rounded and done the right way. So even without gloves on, this is like extremely comfortable. Usually you get a lot of discomfort from jimping, but this really keeps it all together. But yeah, and this is a sweet blade. It's aesthetically appealing and functional. The design that you're seeing into it, that's a Persian swedge. And what that does is it provides strength to the knife. If it actually ends up flexing, it'll flex more before it won't break, you know? Yeah, I guess, what is a combat knife? What's a bushcraft knife? What's a survival knife? It all boils down to marketing. Use the knife for whatever you want to use it for. Um, so yeah, yeah, this is like a kind of mix between three. You could call it a military combat knife. It would also function as a bushcraft or survival knife. So, I mean, you could look at it three different ways if you wanted to. It cuts ribs good too. You know, if you got some friends over, you want to cut some ribs, all the cool kids are doing it. But yeah, that's the Phobos Tier 1 BC and Mini that I run as like a primary. And then everybody loves a good multi-tool. I've been rocking this one for a few years. The Leatherman Surge. I got the bit kit and whatnot, but I don't carry it too much. Yeah, combat has to be a camo color, so we'll send it to Berkeley Cerakote. Have them Cerakote it camo. That'll make it combat officially. One, because you have to give your soul for the nation. Yeah, I think you're right there, David. Yeah, Black Wolf Outdoors. I think that goes for a lot of people. A lot of people go outdoors to disconnect from society and reconnect with something a little more natural, something a little more normal. I think that goes for a lot of people. But yeah, I've always been like that's why I can't wait to get out sooner than later. Like yeah, I wasn't meant to be an indoors person, never have been, never will be. Brian Martin. Hatchet. Did I miss is there more than that or just Hatchet? Oh yeah, the 940 Osborne, the Benchmade, yeah. Those are sweet. I think Benchmade's gotten pricey over the past few years though. Last 3 or 4 years, their prices took off like crazy. Even Zach Stuff, who's a huge fan of Benchmade, he'll even say, "Yeah, the prices have gotten a bit much for some of us." Yeah, it's just man. Even sometimes, yeah, chaos. It's not even going out for the night. Sometimes just a couple hours. You know, get out on a little hike in the woods. Find a creek to sit next to. I think every place I've ever worked had some type of spot. You know, working at airports, there's a lot of area around an airport where you can go and do stuff. Um, so yeah, I would go just yeah for a couple hours even. You know, sit by a creek, throw a line in. Don't even throw a line in. Just relax, enjoy the weather, see what swims by. I was sitting by a little creek by not too far from Plant City, Florida. And it was the first time it wasn't a very big creek, maybe like 10, 12 feet wide, a few feet deep. You could see the bottom. It was pretty clear water. And there was this biggest alligator gar I have ever seen in my life. Just casually swam by like it was almost creepy. Yeah, definitely don't jump in the water in Florida without looking. And make sure you can look far. Can you get through an airport with a slingshot? I have no clue. On commercial flying, I'm not sure. I don't know if you can get through there with that. Um, yeah, I don't know. You'd have to call TSA. Yeah, the hatchet blade. I should probably just take the sheath off. But if I leave the mask off, people will be like, I don't know. People like the leather. But yeah, that's the Granfors Brook Wildlife hatchet there. And this is a great hatchet. It's got a great swing to it. It's like it's one of those. It's not too heavy, but heavy enough. It's comfortable. The hickory handles are definitely nice. Yeah, so Squatch. Yeah, that answers that. Check-in luggage, yes. Carry on, no. Yeah, he would know. He's traveled with that stuff. Yeah, Squatch is definitely he's my go-to slingshot guy. If I've got stupid slingshot questions, I bring them to him. But yeah, so that's a Granfors Brooks. I like it because they have the marker, the maker, leave the maker's mark on every one, so you can actually find out exactly who the blacksmith is that made the head and stuff. Yeah, Black Wolf Outdoors. I do too, man. I'm working on a design. I got to work on it. But yeah, I want a fang bearded hatchet. And almost like Granfors runs like the hatchet is 13, the small axe is 19. I'm looking to run like 12 to 13 and then like maybe a 20, 21 for the larger one. But yeah, I would love to like I said, I've got a frame design as well. But man, it costs so much money to have stuff done nowadays, it's hard to do. Yeah. So did anybody have any questions that I missed? Go ahead and drop them in now that we're getting caught up. Yeah, I might be wrapping it up pretty soon. We've been running this a little over 2 hours now. Um, so thoughts, opinions, suggestions, or questions? Um, yeah, I guess there's a lot of people here. So are there a lot of people that are interested in the outdoor videos as well, like camping, hammock camping, tent camping, being outdoors, different hiking, bike packing, trekking? I don't know whatever the proper term is, but getting out there and yeah, I caught that chaos theory. Um, yeah, I caught that. It was the front line. The only question I had about it was it the regular or the XL? And yeah, definitely. Yeah, multicam. Yeah, they've got the whole multicam set. The hammock, the underquilt, the overquilt, or the sleeping bag, um, and of course the tarp. Yeah, yeah, black it up. Yeah, like but a modified Viking bearded is what I'd like to see. Like with a full tang. Oh no, I don't have the zombie kit yet. I mean, I would need a sword and all that stuff. Excuse me. Yeah, chaos. Yeah, so I'd assume it's the regular. but they do have the XL. Yeah, and you said that's a great system, right? Like, how do you find it? Like setup time, breakdown, all that good stuff. Yeah, thanks, Brian. It's a work in process. I'm gonna do some other stuff. Um, I'm gonna get a set of custom scales made for this. I might do like OD and black carbon fiber. I think would be pretty nice. Um, and I'm gonna not use that ferro rod. I like the Exotac XL ferro rod better. Um, so I'll probably make changes like that. Maybe do some custom kydex for extended use and stuff. So yeah, this kit will be going through some upgrades. Do I keep animals? No, Miss Bushcraft has a cat, and I don't. We don't get along too good. Yeah, nice. Yeah, Chaos, you're right in New Hampshire, right? Maybe we should get together sometime and I don't know, talk some shop. Or did you see Ground Fog's Discord channel? I have a Discord as well. If you wanted to find me on there, I'm still learning how all this stuff works. So yeah, I don't think I know the art of war as much as I know the art of doing stupid tricks outdoors. um, yeah, this isn't really a war kit. This is a outdoor adventure kit, like for bushcraft and camping stuff like that. Not really a war kit. I think it would be a little bit different for war. Actually, I'm sure it would be. I'm positive. Yeah, Neil, I'm not the only. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm Discord and IG Lexic. Yeah, I like to consider myself more like a tech tard or technologically challenged. I mean, I have skill sets, but the computer and all this new media stuff is all new to me. I've never gotten into it. I had some friends that got fired because they would post stupid stuff on the internet that they did. Like they would do illegal base jumps and illegal skydives and stuff, and then post it on the internet, and then the FAA or some party would find out, and they would lose their ratings. Like there are certain exits you're not supposed to do out of an airplane with a tandem, but they're fun to do, so people did them anyhow. But then their video ended up on YouTube or some type of social media platform, and like either like UPT, United Parachute Technologies, and Strong Enterprises are two of the major tandem manufacturers, and you have to be rated on their equipment. But when they find you on the internet breaking the rules, they're really quick to pull your ratings. So yeah, so a lot of people in skydiving, we steered completely clear of social media because why take the chance of losing your ratings for a little bit of clout on the interwebs? Yeah, ground fog. Beware the all-seeing eye. Like there's lots of videos out there of people that um yeah, they did stupid stuff on a YouTube video, and that was the evidence that they used was, like people were like illegally hopping trains and posting it on YouTube, and then next thing you know, the law enforcement showing up at their door over what they posted. They do that with drones as well. Like you can post video of drone with your drone, um, but if it's for commercial use like social media, you have to have an Part 107 approval from the FAA. And if you don't have that, then you get in big trouble. It's like a commercial rating for drones. All right, yeah, Harry, thanks for stopping by, man. Welcome to the group again. And thanks for subscribing, man. Have an awesome night. Have an awesome week. We're doing lives Fridays at 8 p.m. and Sunday mornings at 8 a.m. So if you're interested in coffee with us as well, Sunday mornings is the other time. But yeah, thanks for coming out. Definitely appreciate you being here, man. Yeah, so that back to computer illiteracy and stuff like that. Yeah, that's where it happens. Is it's pointless to be on the internet if you could lose your ratings for it, and it's more fun to have that fun without those problems. David, I don't have the link. um, I would have to figure out how to do that, like how to get the link to post on here for it. I know I don't have it readily available, that's for sure. Um, but it's the same thing. It's Bushcraft Rebooted, and I have an Instagram and a Discord now. But Ground Fog has a Discord thing. If you wanna Ground Fog, if you wanna post your Discord link again, um, he could get to it. So, Brian, I'm predominantly left-handed. I'm ambidextrous with a lot of stuff, but predominantly left-handed. Yeah. So yeah, it's getting kind of late anyhow. What time are we looking at here? 10:18. Well, it's not too bad. If yeah, so yeah, definitely gonna do some hammock camping, some classic like bedroll and tarp camping, as well as tent. Everybody uses a tent. I think that's the number one on the poll. Also, if you guys want to help shape the channel, I've been trying to drop some community posts with just some basic questions, and the more answers I get, the more direction I know to head into. So that would be a huge help if you got some time, or you're in the bathroom with nothing to do. You can answer a couple of polls for fun, and we won't send you any emails. I promise. We're not that kind of group. Yeah, he there you go, man. He just dropped his link for his Discord again. Thanks, David. Yeah, I'm officially old. Yeah, a couple weeks ago I turned the big 50. 50 years old, not sure how I made it, but I made it. A whole life of being stupid F around and find out stupidity should be painful. Yeah, I did all that stupid stuff and somehow I'm still here. Got a little bit of a limp, can't lie, but I'm still here. Um, can't complain. Yeah, ground fog. Anytime you want to post a link, man, even if you have a YouTube channel as well, right? Or you're just starting one, or you're just doing the Discord. But yeah, either way, man, if you want to drop some links, feel free. Yeah, Virginia, I totally agree with the tarp. The only thing that I've gotten a little bit more away from that kind of camping, and I prefer a tent, is because the amount of issues going on with like mosquitoes and ticks and this insect-borne diseases and stuff going around. I kind of like I don't want to be bitten by more mosquitoes than I have to, or bitten by more ticks than I have to. Yeah, wax canvas tarp. How to make your tarp weigh 4 times more than it needs to be. But yeah, they sure are nice. There's a company up in North Conway, New Hampshire, or Conway, one of the two, that makes some really nice ones. I have to get in touch with them. Camp Productions, you're out bushcraft camping now. That's sweet, man. Yeah, Sam. There's the thing about the canvas and the wax canvas is stuff. It's kind of like the difference between leather and kydex. Wax canvas is extremely high maintenance compared to nylon. wax canvas can still get like collect moisture and just basically decompose and rot and fall apart on you a lot faster than nylon ever will. And when it gets really hot out, that wax tends to remelt again. And when it gets really cold out, that wax tends to harden up and flake off, and then you end up without a good wax coverage, and then you end up moisture in it, and then that leads to the rotting and decaying problem. But it's aesthetically appealing. It's great if you know, like if you're going to be around fires, it's going to hold up better than nylon for the most part. So yeah, they each have their pros and their cons, but there's a reason why that canvas and natural products have become a bit of a thing of the past. Like I know a lot of people still use them. That's cool. You know, there's people out there using muzzle loaders as well, and that's cool too. But it is what it is. I, I don't have. I can't really recommend any specific Essie knives because I really never used them. But all around, they're good knives. Just find the one that fits your build the best. You know, whatever it is you need, whether it's a EDC or a chopper or find the Scandi grind, the flat grind, the convex grind. Figure out what it is you need. But yeah, Essie's a decent company. They've been around for years. You know, they're gonna be a little better price orientated, but yeah, Sam. Anything that happens on the channel definitely helps out. Yeah, exactly, Squatch. Yeah, your case knife. Like case has been around for how long? Like I don't know, 80, 100 years. It's definitely a company, and yeah, yeah. I guess as long as you have realistic expectations of the performance of your knife, then yeah, it doesn't matter really. I think we all get caught up too much into marketing. I think that like most knives can be used for anything. Like this doesn't have to be a bushcrafter survival knife or or a hunting knife or whatever. I mean, basically, it's a knife. It has a sharp edge that cuts things. That's what a knife should do. As long as it does what a knife should do, then the rest is just details like super steels and stuff. Yeah, you can pay extra and have a better edge retention and stuff like that. Maybe a little. It could be lighter than There's pros and cons to everything, but is the juice worth the squeeze? I mean, like one of the knives I carried for years was the Spartan Blades Frike. And it's technically a fighting knife, but I used it as a bushcraft knife. I used it as a steak knife. I used it for whatever I wanted to cut things with. So I think people need to like. There's way too much marketing in the titling knives. That I mean, they're cutting tools. I mean, I'm sure people here have seen YouTube videos where people, 3 days survival with a kitchen knife or something, and it still works. It cuts, it does whatever. You might not be able to baton with it or something, but yeah, exactly. Ground fog. There's nothing wrong with the Mora Companion. The Mora Garberg is a pretty cool knife as well, and the Mora Bushcrafter is another good one. Like, and they're all like what in the sub $100 range, like 60 to $100 or something. Some of those are even cheaper. I shouldn't say it's cheaper. They're less expensive, but Moras aren't designed with a full tang stuff. Most of them. I think the only place Mora went wrong is what was it like a year ago? They came out with a series that had like wooden handles or something, and it went from like one of the best deals for a knife on the market up to like $300, $400 for a Mora knife. Like, so yeah, I mean it's all a lot. Like I said, a lot of it is just marketing. Like you're on the market for something because you're busy doing something. Like you're going out learning bushcrafting skills. So you need a knife, and of course you're going to need a bushcrafting knife, and of course there's going to be somebody in America that's going to sell you a specific bushcrafting knife. Um, yeah, thoughts on Scandi versus flat grinds for bushcraft? I guess it comes down to like what kind of bushcraft are you doing? Are you just feather sticking? Are you notching? Are you doing? I mean, they both cut. Maybe one's easier for you to maintain than the other, so that might be it. Sharpening abilities. The Pathfinder knife shop, Scorpion. Yeah, I'll check it out. I don't know. I don't like I said. I get into knives, but I'm like a knife channel. I'm like I enjoy my knives. I like knowing about what I'm using, but I don't want to know about all the knives on the market. Like I kind of like I have my own little niche in the knife thing, and yeah, Michael, everyday carry. Yeah, are you talking about everyday carry a fixed or everyday carry a folding knife? Yeah, Michael. Actually, my everyday carry is one of my field knives. Um, this is one of the knives that I everyday carry, and then this is in my pocket. So as far as actual knives go, this is what I've been carrying. So in fact, this is the trainer version of it. It's a non-beveled trainer, and it comes with a Kydex sheath. So what I've been doing is I just leave my leather on there, and when I'm EDCing, whoops, yeah, so I put it in the right way. That's what I EDC, and it's got the ulti clip, so it just clips right on my pocket, and yeah, so that's what I EDC. Small fixed blade, and then folder in the pocket. So I've got left pocket, right pocket, and then I usually carry the Leatherman in the standard Molly pouch on my belt as well. And then I usually have a lighter in my pocket. Yeah, Jason. I don't get into those hypothetical kind of concepts of stuff like that because it's just a bunch. I mean, it's a good conversation, I suppose, but what 5 items are you going to grab? I'm not because I'm not an idiot. I'm going to grab the biggest bag I can find and fill it up with as much useful stuff as I can find. And I'm probably going to end up with 150 items. Forget that 5 item. Oh my God. It's the super duper emergency survival kit, only 5 items to survive for 30 days. Bull crap. That's so unrealistic. Just like when people like, oh, what if you lost that? Yeah, what if I lost anything? Oh, yeah, that's a great knife set, but if you lost it, you'd be screwed. Yeah, and that goes for any knife set. It doesn't have anything to do with this one or the other one or anybody's. Like some of the hypothetical, like YouTube is bunk. There's so much crap on YouTube. You could go off about it for days. Like the number one bushcraft channels are chicks with spandex tops and no bras. Like they get 83 million views, but the guy with a useful bushcraft tip, he'll get 500 views. I think society needs to repair itself and stop thinking like, oh my God, what if I won the lottery? Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, um, yeah, yeah. The what if scenarios, the hypotheticals, like things can and do go wrong all the time. And as a skydiver, I know this firsthand because things have and will go wrong in skydiving, and I have many friends that aren't here today as proof to that. But the hypothetical what if you enter every scenario like that, I mean, yeah, you're kind of guessing, but this 5 items, this 10 items, this all alone, naked and afraid. Come on, that's a bunch of crap. What's there to be afraid of? You have a satellite phone in your bag. If you get really sick or something's really happening, you just call and they come and rescue you right away. So it takes the realism out of it just with that. Yeah, ground fog. I think that it's a good way the 5 and 10 Cs or whatever. I think that's a Dave Canterbury thing. He's still using a bedroll, so let's look at that. But yeah, it's like a good baseline to start from. Like these are the minimum that you would need, and depending on your environment, your experience, your abilities, your skill sets, you would need to custom accommodate that. Yeah, Northern Girl Harvest. Yeah, yeah. So what we're doing is more real than the crap that people are watching on television. Like most of us don't have satellite phones and stuff like that. Like so the you have to take into consideration the psychological factor of what's going on in these scenarios. You know, like part of being lost, part of being in a survival situation is your plan has gone wrong somehow, and now you're in a survival situation where you have to maintain your equipment, take care of you like stay alive until you can either A, find your way out, or B, get rescued. So having that realistic psychology of, oh no, if I screw up, this could be the end, versus these fake television shows, especially with that dude Bear Grylls, what a chud. Um, but yeah, the psychology of it's automatically gone because you have people there doing videos, whether it's the naked and afraid or alone or whatever. You've got people there videoing you. You're not all alone. You have emergency contact. They've shown it in the shows where, oh, somebody's running a fever and they were able to get there in 10 minutes, and thank God they did. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, Northern Girls gets it. Yeah, yeah, you can learn stuff. I'm not saying that what they're teaching is wrong or anything like that. I mean, they're teaching the same stuff we were being taught 30 or 40 years ago in things like Boy Scouts and Civil Air Patrol and Junior ROTC and things like that. Um, but it's kind of like a lot of it's, I think a lot of it's reenacting, you know? Like, no, you can learn. There are basics to survival skills. Go get yourself a Boy Scout handbook and compare it to the modern book. The traps are still being built the same way. A lean-to being built 30 years ago is the same thing as today. I mean, they're like survival skills that are good for hikers, hunters, adventurers, whatever people want to call themselves. People that like get off the pavement and actually go out in the woods and adventure. They get off the trail and adventure. I mean, there's CHP. If I don't, there's so many variables in that. What's your budget? How into it are you? Is it something you're trying out for the first time? You might not like it, or is it something that you're going to get into long term? I mean, my problem. I'm a buy once, cry once. If I'm going to buy a hatchet, it's going to be something of quality, no matter what it is. Not, I'm done with the junk stuff. The stuff you buy at the Home Depot, and you split a couple logs or something, it's already dull, and you just got to sharpen it again, and it's dull. Like, do you want to spend your time sharpening, or do you want to spend your time doing the thing? Yeah, I mean, if you're learning on it or something, yeah, I mean, yeah, just buy once, cry once. Get a Grand First Brooks Wildlife hatchet. You won't be disappointed. And if you really feel like you got a good purchase, go to the Home Depot, buy yourself a couple of those $20 or $30 hatchets. Realize how crappy well, then buy yourself a nice hatchet and use it, and you'll realize that you were spending your money on a whole lot of crap. I mean, there's so much crap on the market nowadays. Crap knives, crap hatchets, crap saws, crap backpacks. It all comes from dragging country. And then it's guaranteed to not last a year or two. The good news is you get to buy another one. The bad news is you have to buy another one. Yeah, the S-Wing Hatchet and Hammer Company. Yeah, Chaos. Yeah, yeah. But that's a question. Are they still making them as good today as they were 15, 20 years ago? That's a problem. A lot of us, like I had good Gerber knives back in the late 80s, early 90s. Good luck finding a great Gerber knife nowadays. Same thing with SOG. SOG used to be a lot better quality than what they are now. Um, they're decent, but they're not nearly the quality. And that's just going through Gerber and SOG, and the list goes on and on. I mean, you can't even buy a bag of potato chips nowadays without getting ripped off. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, it's a pretty solid kit. It's getting there. I'm just gonna dot my I's and cross my T's with it, and it's in development. I guess that's what the cool kids would say, right? We're in the R&D phases. Oh yeah, crab with a knife. Yeah. So the Silky Big Boy and Fisker's Hatchet combo, not too bad. The Fisker steel runs a bit soft. So crab, what I would recommend to you, and this is would be a good one for a lot of people. Try the Silky Nada. It's like a hatchet knife thing, and people baton with it, and I think it'll outperform a hatchet for sure. And it's in the mid range. I think you can find them around, I don't know, 90 or $100 or something, but it's gonna last and it's gonna fit right in there with the big boy as far as quality, fit and finish, things like that. My main blade, there's two main blades that I have. The This is the Tier 1 BC by Phobos Knives and MagnaCut. And the other one is my Tier 1C in CPM 3V by Phobos Knives as well. This is a flat grind. This is a convex grind. And I think I think the Tier 1C is like an inch and a half longer overall than the Tier 1 BC. But yeah, this one is a custom make and this one is a production. So yeah, these are my two primary knives. Yeah, ground fog. You're totally right, and that's kind of what I was trying to say. Is you know like when's a cheap knife good? When you don't know how to sharpen, and you're gonna pick up sharpening skills. Then a cheap knife is awesome, because if you destroy it learning how to sharpen, it's no big deal. You're out 30, 40, $50, whatever. Um, Versus if you go and get yourself some like high end knife, you spend $400 on a quality knife, and you ruin that sharpening. You're not going to be having a very good day. So the same is true with a hatchet or with any type of gear. If you're in a controlled environment and you want to use cheap tents to knowing that eventually you're going to have a tent failure and you're going to have to cope with that, then that would be good. Or you want to learn how to repair gear. Buy cheap gear, you'll be fixing it. Buy quality gear and your repair skills will kind of be stagnant. So it all depends on I think that's the only time really like lower end junk gear is kind of worth it is if you're learning and the potential for making mistakes could be expensive. I think that you're just better off with something cheaper or less expensive, even cheaper, whatever. Like one of the reasons why I don't use my Tier 1C too much is because I'm not good at sharpening convex grinds. So I'm worried about screwing up my edge. So I don't use it quite as much as I'd like to. Um, but I'm working on that. This is a skill set that I'm definitely working on. So crab with a knife. How do I feel about Cold Steel in general? I think they're a decent company. I think price per what you're getting is a pretty fair deal. Their customer service, from what I hear, is pretty good. But I haven't owned very many Cold Steels. I had like a Tonto back in the day, but I'm not a fan of the Tonto design, so I sold that knife. Um, but yeah, I mean they make good stuff. Yeah, Sam, that's another reason too. Yeah, if you know somebody that doesn't take care of their gear and you're hooking them up with gear, yeah, maybe or you're not good at gear maintenance, maybe you shouldn't be buying the expensive stuff because if you don't maintain your gear, it doesn't matter how good it is, it's going to go to crap eventually. So best first knife to buy that can be used in any situation. Buy the Phobos Knives Tier 1 BC. You can use it in any situation. It's MagnaCut. It'll have good edge retention. You can, if you're really worried about having an expensive knife and screwing it up, you can mostly maintain it with stropping. Get yourself a nice stropping paddle. Yeah, you get yourself one of these, and unlike a diamond sharpener or anything like that, you're not going to take off too much metal with a stropping paddle. So yeah, get yourself a good high-end Phobos Tier 1 BC and a stropping paddle, and you'll be happy, happy, happy. And not only will it be your first knife, but it'll be a knife that lasts for years and years and years, and you can pass it on to your next of kin, your whoever you want to give it to. You could gift it, and the one of the nice things about Phobos knives is their warranty transfers with the knife with the owner. So if you owned it for 2 or 3 years and decided to give it away, you could give it away, and they would still have the same warranty coverage. Yeah, former. If you want to start bushcraft, here's the problem that you're going to run into: is you can't just go out and do bushcraft anywhere. And I'm assuming that you're talking about like fabricating things while out camping. Um, the Yeah, there's a lot you can't do in the woods. I don't know where you live, but I know like they have like crown land in Canada. That's one thing, and no, Northern Girl, I have not tried that for stropping, but it definitely sounds interesting. Um, yeah, so former, the problem you're going to run into is a lot of bushcraft stuff you can't do on public lands. You need private land to do it. You just can't be out in the woods cutting stuff down and building lean-tos. A lot of places will have rules stating that building temporary or permanent structures or anything like that, inclusive of lean-tos and forts or whatever. Uh Northern Girl, we have white birch here. I'm in New Hampshire. So is that something that you do, Northern Girl? Obviously, yeah. If you're talking about it, yeah. So, yeah. I guess your problem is in Canada. Their former is yeah. You can get out there and do some of that stuff on Crown Land. There's tons of YouTubers doing it. But now you guys are even having a hard time getting the tools. Like I guess knives and things like that. They just passed more laws, or no, Canada just passed more pew pew laws. You can't be doing stuff with the boomsticks. But yeah, it was England that just passed that you can't have zombie knives, which I don't know where they came up with that terminology, but the zombie knife thing is definitely a thing. Yeah, Michael. Even people on private property in the United States, I can't vouch for other places, but people have tried doing little YouTube projects on their own property to find out that it doesn't meet building code and stuff like that. And it doesn't matter if you're making a YouTube video, you're still breaking the law. So there's a lot of stuff that you can't just go out there and build, or you have to tear it down. Like, yeah, land of the free, free to do what you're told. Yeah, Northern. I'd have to see a video on that on the polypore from white birch. Yeah, I would have to see that. I don't. That's completely new to me. Sharpening with white birch is a new thing for me for sure. Yeah, even Australia has laws. I know. I don't. Yeah. In fact, I even know one guy in Canada. That recently happened to where he couldn't. And he's in a situation where he ended up homeless, and he still got in trouble. Yeah, Northern Girl Hobbies. When you make that video, if you can, just tag me in it, and that way there, I def because you know how notifications work. But tag me in it, and I'll definitely watch that. I'm 100% interested in that. Yeah, Sam, that's where you'll find it. They got a lot of useful stuff if you're into cordage usage and whatnot. And if you get into finger trapping, you can like how the Chinese finger trap works. Where you get your fingers stuck. That's kind of how finger trapping works. You can pass it through, and as the sheath of the cord is weighted, it locks onto it. Yeah, Michael, everything costs a permit. Like, yeah, you'll never own land in this country. They tricked us with that one. You can stay on your land as long as you pay your rent to the tax man, and you can only do what you're told to do and what you're allowed to do. Like, you can't do what you want. So yeah, that makes a whole, like, where do you go out and bushcraft? Um, you really don't. At best, you can do it on your private property and not get caught. Um, so that's where that's why I call Fantasy Island for a lot of bushcraft channels. Um, well, and it doesn't matter where they're from, Canada, United States, doesn't matter where they're from. It's all kind of crap because you really can't do those things like those dugouts and those lean-tos. And yeah, you might get away with it hidden in your woods in Maine or something like that, but eventually you posted the evidence on the internet. Yeah, cordage stuff is big fun. Yeah, so we've been through a lot of this stuff. Let's get some cordage out here. So I usually start with 100 feet of 275 paracord. That is kind of my center, and this is what I use for all daily stuff. Whether you're setting up a clothesline, hanging a food bag, got some little crafty project, you need an extra guy line. That's kind of where that comes out of. I try not to cut this. I just try to keep it at 100 feet and recycle it and recycle it. The next most important thing that I have is a ridge line or something I can use as a ridge line, somewhere between 30 and 50 feet of 550 paracord. That's what I use for that. And then some guy lines, keep four standard. Um, these are the whatever, you don't have to tie knots, goofy stuff from Night Eyes. And there's four of them here, so it covers the basics if I'm going to set up a tarp at the four corners. So that's that. And then I carry my Marlin spike. And then if I plan on, if I'll carry 1 to 2 rolls of the Atwood micro cord. And if I'm going to do any type of lashings, like if I'm going to, do the whole Rambozo thing and I'm going to like lash a knife to a stick and call it a spear, this is the kind of stuff that I would use for that. It's relatively easy to work with. It's not too bad expensive. I think it's like $5.99 for 125 feet, but never buy it off of Amazon because Amazon rips you off. Amazon charge you like 12, 13, $14 for this little spool. But if you go direct to Atwood, it's like $5.99. I don't know. I don't have a link or anything. This is just the stuff I use. Atwood's a good rope company. They make cordage, all that good stuff. That's in Virginia. You can do that. I think, yeah, in the United States we have like BLM land, but it's extremely rare on the East Coast. I think for me to get to any worthwhile in New Hampshire, it's like a 2 hour, 2.5 hour drive north to get to any type of government land where I could do anything like that, which is one of the things that's been majorly inhibitive. Yeah, the microcord it's good stuff. A lot of people go overkill on cordage, but I mean this right here is pretty much a complete cordage kit. And the only thing it's a gray area. It's part of cordage. It's not part of cordage. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But some zip ties and maybe some extra tape. But like I said, I like to consider my tape off of my rip spool. And yeah, I have to go down there, Virginia Bushcrafter, and check some of that out because New Hampshire is tough. I mean, I've done stealth camping all up and down the eastern seaboard, so it's doable. But it's one thing to stealth camp and don't ask, don't tell, versus stealth camping and posting it on YouTube. So Yeah, chaos theory. Yeah, you're right. Night eyes is everywhere. You can get it at Home Depot. You can get it. I'm pretty sure even Walmart sells it. Target, most camping stores. If you go to like EMS, Eastern Mountain Sports, or REI, depending on where you're located, they most definitely have that stuff. But yeah, so this is pretty much like a solid cordage kit. I mean, unless you're going out to intentionally build something, then you might want to grab, a couple of them big spools of bank line or something. Former agnostic. I've done that. My longest outdoor camping trip was 47 days. I spent traversing the eastern seaboard, and I took my sweet time about it. And just standard, a lot of what you see here in one form or another, along with tent, sleeping bag, water filtration system, stuff like that. Um, and I was bike packing it, so yeah, like extended trips like that. If you're going out there to like extended, maybe 30 days or something like that, you won't need to ask the question because you will have worked your way up to that, and you'll figure it out as you go. That's probably the best way to suggest that. Yeah, yeah, that a stealth camp behind the shopping mall. You weren't stealth camping, man. You were simulating homeless camping. Well, am I not supposed to say that? That could get me in trouble, right? Yeah, 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 CHP. There are places you can get away with stuff, like I said, but it's one thing to get away with it just out there doing it. But if you're trying to do the YouTube thing and record it, then you're posting it. So you're posting your crime. Like you shouldn't be stealth camping. There's some gray area with that. Depends on who you talk to, but that's just the way that stuff works. So unfortunately, yeah, no matter which way you slice it and dice it, like there's places you can do stuff, but you're breaking the law one way or another. What is it like? The average person breaks a law like 10, 20 times a day. They don't even know it. Yeah, Josh, those little wire saws, there's usually like a split ring on either side of it, like a keychain ring that goes on either side of the wire saw. Yeah, I think the best way to do those though isn't to use it like as a finger ring. You get a branch and you make yourself a little bow saw with the wire instead. Otherwise, you end up bending that wire too much, heating it up, and that's what usually breaks them. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the survival saws and stuff like that. Like a lot of them are just gimmicky, and when you actually try to use it, they actually break. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of gimmicky stuff. Yeah, yeah, the commando saws. Yeah. What's your luck? Have you tried those Virginia Bushcrafter? Like, I know there's different quality. I know they actually make some now that are actually like the chainsaw links, like an actual chainsaw link. They're like 70, $80. I've looked at them. They're pretty cool. But the wire ones, I found that if you take a stick, you know, and then connect the rings at either end, make it like a little bow saw, they tend to hold up pretty decent. One of the best little folding saws I ever used was from the dollar store. Yeah, I mean they're going to work for a while for sure. But I think a lot of things work out like the Marlin spike. Like there's other ways to untie knots, and until I used it, I didn't realize that the other ways were inferior until I used a Marlin spike, and the Marlin spike became the game. So I think that's what happens is if you've only used up to a certain level of gear, then yeah, that's good gear. But if you move your way up, you use some of that higher end gear, you'll find yourself not wanting to go back. Yeah, Michael Kennedy. That's what I'm talking about. It was sharp and it worked awesome, and it cut a 3 inch stick as fast as anything. First of all, if that's, I'm going to grossly argue that with you. Um, yeah, I don't think so, man. It cut one stick, one 3 inch stick. How many times did it do it though? I happen to know for a fact you can take a silky saw as a professional arborist, and you can cut 3 inch sticks all day long, day after day, week after week, month after month, and it's going to take a lot to dull a silky saw. And I promise you, I will bet everything on this table and this stuff that you can't even see that a silky saw will cut the crap out of anything from the dollar store. I'd be willing to bet that this silky saw could cut that dollar store saw in half. That's how confident I am with this because I used it as an arborist. Not even these bushcrafter guys on TV and or YouTube or whatever. They're not using it to the same level as a professional does. So when you're using these saws all day long, and that's what you do all day long, is you're either pruning using hand saws or something like that, but you use a handsaw quite a bit. There is no way the dollar store is ever keeping up with Silky. It's not happening. You can't convince me otherwise. This thing will cut through 3 inch sticks all day long, day after day, week after week, month after month. And I guarantee your dollar store saw, it ain't going to hold up, dude. Like, if it was, that's what the professional arborists would use. That's what the world champ arborists would use. It would be the dollar store saw, but they don't. They use silky saws. Yeah, Sam, everything is solid on a silky saw. Um, like I said, I'd use them all day doing arborist work. Um, Brennan, do you ever sharpen a silky? No, I don't. Most people don't. Anything below like the big boy 360 and under, it's really not worth your time to sharpen, and they don't. It's not very sharpenable. The Katana Boy 500 and up, you can get a diamond file and sharpen those. At that point, it's worth the investment because katana blades are extremely expensive. Yeah, yeah, that's a great saw. The Agua Boreal 24 inch out of Canada. It's an awesome saw, and it's great because you can pick the blade that you want to put on it, so you can get a great blade and put on it. But the only limitation that I see with those, it's still a bow saw, and you have that space between the blade and the handle, which is a few inches, so it limits. Doesn't matter how long the saw is. You can have a 36-inch Agua, but the blade to the top is so close that you're going to end up either having to completely roll the work, like turn the work as you're cutting or whatever. So it has the limitations of a bow saw. And that's the only thing I don't like about bow saws is it can be some really awkward cutting. Um, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I want to get some of those. Yeah, they've got the 15, the 21, and the 24, and then they've got that nice little kit that comes with like a couple different saw blades. You can get the canvas case, wax canvas, I believe it is. Yeah, and yeah, buy, and that's what it comes down to. Like same thing with knives. Like know what you're gonna use that knife for, and then go get the knife. And if like a saw is not that big of a deal to you, a lot of people buy their firewood, $5 a bundle. So you don't even need to process firewood. If it's something you use occasionally, yeah, like I am less into hatchets than I am anything else. Like I like a good hatchet, but it's like I said, it's my least used tool. I hardly ever use a hatchet for anything. Um, it's kind of for my style, it's not the greatest tool to be for me to be using. So I don't put a lot of time and effort into a hatchet. I never have. In fact, I bought a lot of the inexpensive ones because I don't care, and I'll use it for a limited time. Like if I'm doing like some 30-day thing in the Ocala National Forest or something, and I know I'm going to be like splitting up some firewood because it's January. That's when I want a hatchet. But otherwise, I don't use a hatchet. I use a big knife to baton with. I buck things up with a silky saw. I can cut things down with a silky saw, buck them up with a silky saw, and then I can baton with my knife. So the hatchet is probably my least used tool, my least interested tool. I just finally got a good one because Man, I'm getting old. Like I'm 50 years old now. I think I wanted to have a good hatchet, and so we got a good hatchet. Yeah, Sam. That's another good point about hatchets and axes. Is they are awesome at giving away your point. They got to be, I don't know, I'll just say substantially louder than using a saw or batoning. Yeah, swinging away at a tree with an axe or a hatchet is just, people can hear you from a distance. So that's a valid point. Like if you're trying to do a little stealth camping or something like that, yeah, maybe a hatchet and an axe aren't the things you want to be pounding with, because it'll definitely give away your position a lot faster than a saw will, and you can kind of slow down a little bit and not be so loud with the saw. So yeah, Sam, that's a valid point. I didn't think. Well, I've thought of that before. I didn't think of bringing it up in discussion. So thanks, man. Oh no, Northern Girl, it's awesome. It's awesome. Like, yeah, once you turn 50, then people like are more tolerant to your stupidity. Or my stupidity, I should say, or things that happen. Like I went to Grumpy Grunts Live on Thursday, and for everybody to show up and I fell asleep. I slept through like the first hour and a half of Grumpy's Live and I woke up. I'm like, whoa, dude, I slept through the first part, but you're still getting some watch hours, so it's all good. Yeah, Sam, it's the new start life now for sure. Um, Yeah, I don't know. I turned 50. It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'm kind of enjoying it. And then you still get to use the old guy excuse like, oh, no, I forgot. I'm getting old and you lose the memory with age. So, yeah, I forgot to unload the dishwasher. My bad. That's what happens when you're old and they're like, oh, it's okay. Yeah, yeah, some old guy, gray hair. You've been around the block a couple of times. Yeah, 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 Northern Girl. I never slept. I worked crazy hours most of my life, like 7 days a week, 12, 14 hours a day at the drop zone. Like I'm either on the plane or in the hangar or in the rigging loft, and I just worked, 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 worked. And now it's just like, oh, I get to like relax a little bit, take a nap instead of working a 12 or 14-hour day. It's awesome. You've been thunderstruck. What's happening, brother? Welcome to the chat, man. How you doing? Oh, and I actually remembered. See, I didn't have an old guy. No, I hit the wrong button. Hold on, I'm working on it. Kapow. And you've been wrenched there, Thunderstruck. Bro, I'm doing awesome today. I'm like, this is great. Talking about gear, saws and knives and strings and cords and slingshots. And yeah, we even went over a little bit about fishing and hunting earlier. Yeah, man, things are going good. How you doing, man? Like, yeah, if anybody didn't know, Thunderstruck has a channel. He does a lot of fishing and right, Thunderstruck. I only see you doing fishing. But yeah, if you're into the outdoorsy fishing kind of thing, Thunderstruck has a wrench and he knows how to use it. Yeah, of course he does. Yeah, split shot. You need to buy 10 of them because that's how many you're going to go through. But how much were they? What were they? Those $10 knives or the $5 knives? So you spend $100. HG, no, I don't have any Gerber knives. I haven't had Gerbers in a while. I have owned like the Gerber LMF, the BMF, the flick out multi tool back in the day, and a couple different Gerber gators. But I haven't done Gerber in a long time. Yeah, they had some quality control issues for years. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Gerber. I kind of like more like the small shops, like Tor knives, Phobos knives, Spartan blades. And now I'm getting even more into like custom makers like Aries EDC, Blessed Knives, Donnie. He makes some incredible stuff. So does Aries as well if you're looking for a small pocket fixie. Aries EDC makes custom ones. He'll make it to your specifications and stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's why I said outdoor stuff. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a great man, if you're in the live chats and one-on-one interaction with the people on YouTube, rather than just being an observer. Yeah, he's one of the channels that he does that. He's interactive with everybody. If you show up to his live, he's gonna say hello to you. So yeah, he's one of those channels. So good time, always a good time there. Yeah, CHP. How did that work out? Like I know there was tons of channels that were pushing that Ozark Trail stuff. But who I was in a live chat earlier, and somebody has a video where they basically easily destroyed one. So I'd love to see that stuff. So yeah, you may get a $10 knife, and it's $90 cheaper than $100 knife, but you're going to go through 10 of those $10 knives before you do your $100 knife. So food for thought. You get what you pay for. Ozark Trail beat the bug out for durability, but bug out was sharper. So it had better edge retention, or oh yeah, split shot. I totally agree. Benchmade in the past few years they have been very active in the greedflation. Like their knives went up way more than what they needed to. I was looking into some of the Benchmades to for the outdoors, the bug out and the mini bug out, whatever. Yeah, Benchmade has some nice knives at the prices they had 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. They were nice knives. At their current prices, you won't see a Benchmade on this table. I've got no interest in their stuff. I don't partake in that kind of that greedflation stuff. Yeah, yeah. Benchmade prices are literally crazy. I couldn't agree more, man. Yeah, Benchmade prices are just ludicrously insane, and I don't know. I guess we should let them know that, or I think people let them know. They just don't care. They just got greedy. There's a lot with the knife market that changes stuff, but yeah, um, you're not getting what you pay for with a Benchmade, that's for sure. Yeah, Papa Rhino, they're likable knives, but like, when did you get your knives? And I'm a little bit butthurt by that, man. I mean, like okay, you like your Benchmades, but do you love your Chris Reeves? Nick Black, I made make myself a target. These knife sheaths are they're handmade, handcrafted. They're from Phobos Knives. They are for purchase separately. If you wanted to get them separate, you can get these separate. But yeah, they're handcrafted leather from Phobos Knives. Um, like you can even see the Phobos logo on the back there. But yeah, they make Eric Hansen makes some awesome, awesome stuff. Here's one of the Tier One minis in the sheath. And on the back, you can horizontal carry it, scout carry. You can belt carry it. It has an easy clip. The uh, the strap and the button, you just need a Phillips head in there, and you can take the button off. It's removable. So is the strap if you want to use it like a pocket slip. And this is the 4.5 inch. So this fits the Tier 1 Mini, which this is a satin version of it. Oops. All right, we got it. And it also fits the Phobos Calcula. So, yeah, Phobos leather. And they make the larger ones. They have like a Molly version you can scout carry as well. My favorite, I don't, to fidget, I don't really have a fidget thing. I think that if, I don't know if like whittling is a fidget thing, then I kind of like the Tier 1 Mini or something. And you can just whittle sticks and stuff. It's a great little knife. Um, and it has the attitude adjuster on the back. So yeah, that's what I don't really. I guess I fidget a little bit, like a folder, but I'm not specific to any one. I'm really digging this one because I recently learned how to do the Spidey flick. This is my first Spyderco knife, so it's something I enjoy it for that reason. That makes it very cool. CV Praxis, yeah, I'm sure I've seen one of those on one of the channels, but I'm not up to par on all of them. Yeah, Swiss Techs, I would check some of those out as well. Yeah, so Papa Rhino, that's funny. Yeah, man. As long as you love your Sabenza, like you can like your Benchmates, but you gotta love the Sabenza, man. That is a must. Yeah, Papa Rhino. This is a Spyderco Sage carbon fiber. From BNA hooked me up with this, dude. So that was sweet because I still didn't have a folder, man. And BNI and I were talking one time, and he's like, "Well, here, let me send you a little something." And he sent me this, man, and I absolutely love it now. I'm getting good with it. I might be dangerous. Probably still to myself, but that's not the point. Yeah, and then this is yeah, so this was from B&A. Yeah, yeah, so yeah, use all your knives. Yeah, like no safe queens at all, Papa Rhino 0. Oh, that sounds nice. The burlap micarta scales. Is that those got real like a real nice texture to them, right? Real grippy. Yeah, that is oops, yeah. See, I still screw it up every once in a while because I'm still new at this. But that's okay. We're learning together. Yeah, I think that's. I'm kind of. I like flicking the knives, but not a huge. It's not a must for me. I just like doing it on YouTube. I think all the cool kids are doing it, man. Debubble. I think that carbon fiber is most definitely worth the money. Um, this is the first time I've ever had a knife with carbon fiber scales, and putting aside the weight savings, like carbon fiber is way lighter than G10 or micarta, but even putting that aside, the carbon fiber has like a unique grip to it. Like it has a certain amount of traction to it. It's almost hard to describe. So but yeah, I definitely now I wish I had more knives with carbon fiber scales. I think I'm gonna try to do carbon fiber on these two knives for sure. But yeah, that is most definitely an option there. Um, hey, Papa Rhino, while you're here, man, um, this is that Alaris I was talking to you about because I don't have those knife skills like you have. Of course, I got dirty knife, man. Someday I'm gonna do. That's what I'll do next week. Ow, is I will clean my knives before the YouTube. But yeah, Papa Rhino, you would be the resident chef. What do you think, man? Like blade shape and stuff like that. This is the one. I'm gonna do some work to it and then send it out to you to do some, chef things. The choppity choppity, the slicety slicety. The yeah, like how functional is this? Would this be as a chef knife? And thinking like camping. Stuff like that with a cutting board. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna dye the scales. It's got black liners. I'm gonna dye the scales red, and then I'm gonna like mirror polish some of it, make it a little more classy. Oh, Crab with a knife. This is the Phobos Knives Alaris. This is the satin finish. It's in CPM 3V with a 0.2-inch spine. This is ivory white micarta scales with black G10 liners. Of course, the infamous Phobos attitude adjuster there. Nice oversized elongated lanyard hole, bow drill divot, and this little spot here you could easily hook a handle like on a bushcraft pot. And also, it's kind of got like this harpoon thumb ramp design. This would easily work to grab the handle on a pot or something as well. But yeah, this is the Phobos Knife Solaris. Yeah, sweet Papa Rhino. Like I said, once I'm done I'm gonna dress it up a little bit, and this is the one that I was talking about sending out your way. But I think that was like 6 months ago. I took a little YouTube vacation, but yeah, now we're getting back to business, and this is the Alaris that would be fun to see somebody with some skills handle it rather than my dumbass. Yeah, yeah, point two is a little bit thick, but it's got the long belly to it, and it's still slicey. I've used it some. I just got this for Christmas, so I haven't had it very long to really put it to good use. But yeah, it most definitely yeah, it's a little thick, but it's good. It's got some good weight in the hand. It feels like it would have some, some control to it. Yeah, CHP, what shelter? I think the environment and the situation would dictate that. To say that I would build anyone shelter ahead of time is hard to say. Depends on what you have for materials, all kinds of stuff. So I don't think there is any one answer. Anybody who tells you otherwise is kind of a fool. But yeah, whatever shelter is dictated by the environment, what time of year it is, what your elevation is. Geographics are a huge determining factor. I mean, like you're gonna have a hard time building a lean-to out in, Nevada or something in the desert. Oh yeah, yeah, all right. Thick spine would help you power through bones of game while camping. Yeah, sweet Papa Rhino. Yeah. Yeah, Papa Rhino is I'm not gonna pretend to know about food prep knife stuff because I'm not the guy. But yeah, Papa Rhino, he's a master chef, super chef. He loves to cook. He loves his thing. It's his game. So when it comes to food prep and or working with food with knives, I mean, yeah, I'm not even going to try to touch that with a 10-foot pole. So yeah, this is the Alaris Papa Rhino, which is a cool knife. And it came sharp. I'm gonna strop it up before I send it to you and stuff. Like I said, I'm gonna buff it, dye the scales, kick the tripod because like you guys. Sorry about that, guys. It's not you, it's me. Yeah, Deshaun, that's how it works, man. Is everybody has the same exact tools? They just have different knives or different makes or different models. Like is it a Leatherman multi tool or do you have a SOG or do you have a Gerber or any of the other 20, 40, 50 brands that are out there? You're gonna have a multi tool. Same thing with a fixed blade, whether it's an SE, a Tops, a Spartan Blades, a Phobos, a Bark River, a White River, a River Junction, whatever. I mean, it's just all boils down to personal preference and budget. Yeah, mission materials and mindset. But there are inferior crap products out there. Yeah, thanks, Shane. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, so we're over 100 likes. It's awesome. That's a first for us. So, yeah, if that's skydiving, that'd be beer. I'd have to buy everybody beer. Yeah, Papa Ronnie. Yeah, so that's probably small compared to some of the stuff that you would use, right? Like, you probably have some full on cleavers and some super beefy heavy knives, right? Like 0.2 inch. Do you have stuff that's in the 0.2 inch? I'm sure you do. Oh, CHP, that's the Marlin spike. It's a tool specifically for taking apart knots, taking apart knots and stuff, loosening knots. And you can use it for just about anything. You could use it as a little center punch or an awl, depending on what you're doing. But yeah, it's a Marlin spike designed for taking knots out, and one of my favorite tools and one of the most overlooked tools there's got to be around. So yeah, that's the Marlin spike. Um, I always have one in my cordage kit. So yeah, Papa Rhino. I'd have to. You have one of those like fancy chef tool rolls and stuff, or knife rolls. I shouldn't say tool. Well, it's a tool, but you know what I'm saying. Um, yeah, I'd love to see your knife collection here. Um, Specifically your kitchen knives. I've never really been a huge kitchen knife guy. I mean, I use knives, but you know what I'm saying. So that would be interesting. Yeah, Papa Rhino. This is the other one. The family got me this for Christmas. This is the Calcula, which I'm. It's one of those I thought it was going to be a cool knife before I got it, and then I got it, and it's like 10 times better than I thought. Like this thing is awesome. It cuts the paper. And then it doesn't. Then it screws it up. See, a lot of it has to do with the angle and stuff. Oh yeah, very nice, huh? Custom on top of custom on top of custom. That's awesome, Papa Rhino. Recent YouTube polls have said that slicing paper is fun. Yeah, so this is the Calcula. I am enjoying this knife thoroughly. I can't wait to do other cool stuff with it besides make a mess. But yeah, this is for me at least, this is right about the maximum size that I would want an EDC. Like I said, for me, I know some people, Scab would be like, "Oh, that's a fifth pocket knife," but no, really, it's cool. And this is compared to the Tier 1 Mini. So it gives you a little bit more in the handle, a little bit more in the blade, but it's not like oversized. In fact, like I said, they fit in the same sheath. So, which is awesome. Yeah, Papa Rhino, and you missed it, man. He had that Black Friday sale that was 40% off, and that lasted like I think like a week or 10 days or something. Then he had 30% off up until Christmas. But yeah, maybe save for the next holiday. But yeah, so this is the same sheath. It's the Phobos 4.5 inch EDC sheath, and that fits perfect. That's like a great little knife without looking too crazy, especially with the satin finish and the black and red. The satin finish, I think, is a little more like EDC, civilian type, everyday people friendly. At least that's what it seems. So yeah, this is actually the third piece in this little set here, and eventually I'm gonna get some matching scales and stuff. But yeah, typically I run 3 knives like that. Prior to it, I ran the Spartan Blades, Horkos, Frike, and the Enyo were the 3 knives that I carried. Oh, Northern Girl, which ones? Do you have any models picked out yet that are on the wish list, or? Yeah, that's sweet. That's yeah. Yeah, this is I don't know if I mentioned it, but this is S35 VN steel, which I like it. My Spartan blades are out of that, and it I used the S35V, and it was in all 4 or 5 of my knives at the time, and I absolutely loved it. CHP, yeah, I've seen it on YouTube. That's about it. I haven't handled one, so kind of hard to have an opinion. The way things look on YouTube versus how they really are can be different. Yeah, I'd like to. I've seen some of the T-Cals as well. I'd like to look into that. Man, there's so many nice knives. We're like truly living in the golden era of knives. Like there's so much good stuff on the market now. It's I now know why so many people own so many knives, because there's so many good knives out there. To Yeah, that all makes sense to me now. Oh yeah, yeah. You can do awesome stuff like Eric Hansen really put a lot into this. Um, like yeah, this is the trainer that comes in the Kydex, right? Usually Kydex is like dedicated to one thing, but this is the non-beveled trainer. Obviously, it fits in there, and it's the Tier One Mini Mini, so it's this size trainer, right? So not a big deal. It makes sense you would be able to fit the mini in there, right? But you can also put the Tier One Mini, and same thing. Like it's very cool stuff that you can do. Yeah, and then we just showed you the 4.5 inch. And the other cool thing that he does is, I know a lot of people are getting into hybrid sheaths that are like part leather, part Kydex and stuff. He designed his stuff that way. So like this is the Kydex for the Tier One BC and the leather for the Tier One BC. And as you can see, the holes line up perfectly with the leather and the Kydex. So you could take the leather dangler off and put it on the Kydex, or take the Kydex one and put it on the leather. So if you have a preference over one or the other, like if you like the dangler setup more for the Kydex, then yeah, you can switch these around, which is a very cool concept, or cool thing to do. Yeah, Papa Rhino. Yeah, they make some great stuff too. Yeah, the Work Tough gear. Yeah, Scab has a bunch. I think he has more than a bunch of the Work Tough gear, and he beats on them, and he says they're all great knives. Yeah, he definitely throws those things a thrashing. So Julie Maggio, hey, thanks for stopping by. Definitely appreciate it. How's your night going? As the mess grows, does anybody else have this problem on YouTube? Like the longer your stuff goes on, the messier it gets. Got knives and weird stuff all over the place. Oh yeah, I'm doing awesome. Thanks, Julie. Yeah, we're having a great time here. Yeah, definitely appreciate everybody showing up. It's been an awesome live. Geez, and the time flies. I've been yeah, I started at 8 o'clock. It's already 11:30. That's insane. So 3.5 hours we've been talking about knives and toys and crazy stuff, bashing on Walmart, because why not? It's fun to do. It's kind of becoming a hobby of mine, I think. As we straighten out our mess. So yeah, so has anybody got anything else coming up anytime soon? Any live chats or anything that anybody knows of? I think I missed Juvon's. Or is he doing the late night insomniac thing again? Oh yeah, the piggybacked. Northern Girl. Yeah, I've been doing that for as long as I can remember now. Um, I have done it. Yeah, here's my tier 1C setup. We'll just slide everything over, make that more of a mess. That is oops, yeah, maybe we can slide that up a little more. Nobody notices the candle, right? vidIQ doesn't know what they're talking about. Yeah, CHP, that seems yeah, it's a serious thing, man. Oh, you're welcome, Northern Girl Hobbies. I try to keep it organized, try to keep it informational, try to keep it fun. Oh yeah, 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 Chaos Theory. That's exactly what happened. I think it was not too far off from a 4 hour live stream, and it's like, whoa, where'd the time go? What happened? Like I didn't know cutting paper was so much fun. Like all the cool kids are digging it. We're having a blast. The flame moves. I look at the candle to make sure. Yeah, I gotta get a microphone and stuff. I'm looking into the DJI ones, but man, they're like $250, $300, something like that. So I gotta do some saving to get that. But that's what I'm hoping to do. Hopefully sooner than later. I get so yeah, I think everything I got going on revolves around this YouTube channel now. So you think the candle drew people in legit? So vidIQ was right. I should send them a little thank you email. Yeah, we've been doing pretty good on keeping the trolls out. That's why I like passing out the wrenches. Um, if you guys see somebody trolling, just boot them. I'm fine with that. Yeah, BLM. I've seen you around chats before. Boomers are those weak men. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not a boomer. I'm Gen X, but I think you're a little bit off then, man. They, at least boomers don't cry when their feelings get hurt. Although I don't think their feelings get hurt too often, but yeah, I've seen that guy around other live chats, and he's usually causing a ruckus. Yeah, crab. That's how it works. Like I don't understand the troll mentality. I have better things to do with my time. I always have. But yeah, they'll go in anywhere. There's some slingshot channels that have live chats that I go to, and it's the same thing there. Like the trolls will show up out of nowhere, and oh, it is what it is though. So yeah, so we went through a little bit of fire kit, a little bit on saws, a little bit on cordage. We even covered a little bit on slingshots. So yeah, I don't know. 25 minutes. We should just make it a 4 hour chat. What do you guys think? Chaos Theory. What do you think, man? Anybody else up for it? I mean, it's only 25 minutes. We've already made it 3 hours and 35 minutes. I don't see why we couldn't do it. And I'm kind of organizing my mess a little bit while we're doing it too. Man, disorganized, that's the parachute rigger in me. Like when things get disorganized, it gets uncomfortable quick. Like, how could you allow this to be so messy? This is how accidents happen. This is how tools are accidentally packed into things where they shouldn't be. It's all due to, a little organization goes a long ways, right? Is he still dropping stuff? CHP, I used to play video games until they ruined them. I used to love playing video games, man, all the way back from Atari and ColecoVision, the original Nintendo, PlayStations, all the way up until they started doing the pay to play was or no, the pay to win. It started switching to pay to win, like a lot of the browser games and stuff. You would have to buy stupid packages that we used to win, and then it became pay to play. Like if you just wanted to be active in the thing, you had to pay like crazy money, and that's when I quit. I quit like around 2018, like right before 2020. I quit. I quit gaming altogether. I had the Xbox 360, play PS4, stuff like that, and I just or yeah, PS4. I just sold it all. Beef bulgogi. Oh, are you kidding, man? That's so good. Kamsamnida. Yeah, I would totally. I like Korean food. I was stationed there in 94, 95. So yeah, I had a lot of Korean food while I was there. Crab Leather, do I ever carry any machetes? Not in the Northeast. I would in Florida, down south, where you have more of that environment where a machete is going to be useful. But yeah, I don't. I wouldn't carry one in the Northeast. They're just not as useful. I would carry like uh like a silky nada, like a more like a chopping or like more like a chopping tool than I would a machete. It's got to have some power behind it. Do you do ballad songs too? No, I don't do ballad songs. I'm accident prone enough as it is. Yeah, I wish I had some of those ballad song skills. They're very cool, but no, unfortunately, I do not. Um, Not as of now, though. Anything's possible. Uh, I have considered picking up a trainer one. Like I said, I keep bringing up Tommaso Loss at Tactical Tavern, but he's got a lot of those skills, and that's where having like a trainer comes in. That's not, you know, you can practice that stuff without losing fingers or going through your entire, Armageddon supply of band-aids. So yeah, maybe I will get a Balisong trainer. Um, Anything's possible. Yeah, CHP, the kukris. I'm definitely down with a kukri. Um, and that would be more like a heavier front end chopper, than a traditional machete. So yeah, I would definitely be down with that. Cold steel Magnum kukri. Yeah, I've looked into Extrema Ratio out of Italy. I've looked at their kukris. They have like two versions of it that I'm definitely interested in. But yeah, I'm definitely down with a kukri. I think it'd be more functional than a machete. Like unless I'm going down where that environment would, and that's what I was saying earlier. Like people are like, "What's the best knife for this?" I don't know. What's your environment? Where are you? What are you doing? Like why would you carry a huge felling axe if you're gonna go diddly bopping around Lake Mead in the desert and stuff? You're not gonna need a felling axe out there. So yeah, like K-bar kukri. Yeah, that would be another option as well. Yeah, what's a good like what's the average size of a kukri? Was it like 15, 18 inches something? 14, 18? Like what is yeah, half face that's an Australian company, right? Chaos. Yeah, they make some nice stuff as well. If it's the company I'm thinking of. Yeah, so that's about the average in 14, 18, something, 15, 19. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Yeah, Aussies. I have met some seriously crazy Aussie skydivers. They come over here for skydiving vacation. And some of those Aussie boys, they are not right in the head. I mean, like skydivers in general are messed up people, but Aussies, they take crazy to the next level sometimes. No, Ganesh, no cooker yet. I would love to get one. Custom, custom. So, yeah. Any questions, thoughts, opinions, suggestions on any gear? Um, Anybody want to do a pocket check? What's your EDC? What's everybody carrying today? We're smashing this one. Yeah, it's too late, right? Like nobody has anything in their pockets. Wearing lounge pants, man. CHP IEDC is CRKT NERC. Tie 2. It's a very cool and interesting knife. Sounds it. It's something you don't really see every often or should check out. Yeah, CRKT, yeah. Do Aussies? That's a good question, Northern Girl Hobbies. Do Aussies hunt kangaroos or are they endangered or are they protected? I think some places they might be protected, right? The old kangaroo. Those things are jacked, man. I have no doubt. Like they're like kangaroos are like out of this world stuff. They're either like some government experiment or something, or they're at least got them on gear. You know, like kangaroos, some of those guys are on heavy sauce. Has anybody seen those? Like, or I know it's not just me. Everybody sees that stuff. Kangaroos are jacked, and don't get in if the kangaroo's in the water. Don't go in the water. They're trying to like lure you in to drown you. Did you know that? Oh, so yeah, so some special government contractor thing. Oh, nice rum and eggnog. Yeah, still tis the season for the leftovers, right? Anybody else having like turkey sandwiches or ham sandwiches or leftover pizza from New Year's? Just about everybody. So what's everybody's favorite Chris? Like now that you've had time to mess around with the gifts, what's your favorite Christmas presents from Christmas 2024? I know I already shared mine with everybody. It's the both my Phobos knives, the Calcula and the Alaris. What did I know? Shit. Oh yeah, Danner makes some great boots. I used to wear the Danner Arcadias. Those are my favorite boots for probably a decade. Until yeah, they I used to get them for like 230 a pair. Now they're like 400. Pathfinder Nice Scorpion XL. Nice, nice. Who got that for you, CHP? Is that a self gift or a miss gift or? So, self gift, yeah. Every once in a while, you gotta get yourself a self gift. So, oddly, what did anybody give a great gift? Like, did somebody give somebody a grail knife or something, or some grail piece of kit they've been trying to get? The chaos theory. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned that Northern Grill Hobbies. Yeah, the meat slicer. That's awesome. Make your own deli meats. That's a great gift. Maybe that'll be my gift for me next year. Yeah, that is sweet though. Self gifts matter too. You're absolutely right. If you can't love yourself, how can you love anybody else? Isn't that what they say? So how can I get somebody else a gift if I don't know how to get myself a gift? Self gifted a 2-edged towar, not a knife, just for the roots. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Oakleys. I've been wearing Oakleys since like 1989. This is one of the. I think these are the gas can ones or something. I don't know. I've got a bunch of pairs. Well, I'm down to like 2 pairs actually. But yeah, I've been wearing Oakley since 1989 because Greg LeMond was wearing them in the Tour de France, and all the cool kids, all the cool cyclists had Oakleys. So I had to get myself. So I've been wearing Oakleys. Yes, sir. That's a long time, isn't it? No kidding. Yeah, 25, 35, like 36 years I've been wearing Oakleys. 36, 37 years. I think it's interesting how all the people in the chats and stuff, of course, yeah, it's a niche and everybody's similar, but just how similar a lot of people are is cool. Like Danner boots and Oakley sunglasses and fancy knives and stuff. You cannot go wrong with that. The Telwar is Indian stuff. Oh, good luck with that. Yeah, send us a picture if you do, man. I would love a Damascus sword, a Damascus knife. I'm sorry. Are you gonna like get the Damascus and make it, or you're making the Damascus and then gonna make the knife out of it? Oh, nice, nice Papa Rhino. Yeah, you've got quite the knife roll going though, don't you? You probably got more than one, I bet. But yeah, that's your tools, your daily tools though. That's awesome. It's nice to see people that get into their trade like that. You're gonna forge it all the way from scratch. That is awesome, man. Yeah, if you remember, man, the channel email is on the YouTube page, or you can write it down. It's just bushcraftrebooted at gmail.com. Yeah, send us some pictures if you want, like as the process goes along and some final stuff. That would be awesome. Definitely enjoy that. But yeah, that's pretty much I gotta get more knives, huh? No, actually I gotta get other stuff. I still gotta get a tent and some other stuff. So you can't always be about the about knives. Although it's fun. Yeah, that would be very interesting to see. Very cool, very cool. So yeah, so I failed in 9 attempts. Yeah, man, maybe do a little bit of what went wrong 9 times. What gear have I had the longest that's still in use? Um, wow, man, nothing. I am going through like some serious gear changes. I mean, I have some broken gear. I have a broken bicycle with a worn out saddle and stuff like that. I have some older knives that I don't use anymore. I tend to yeah, when I start something new, it's usually an upgrade from the previous one, so the previous one becomes obsolete. Almost like computers. Um, I used to travel a lot. I honestly I didn't live in the same place for more than 6 months for over 20 years, 25 years. So I didn't accumulate a lot of stuff. I got rid of tons and tons of stuff. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of long term use gear. Uh, it either got broken and worn out and then disregarded because it's obsolete and junk, or I upgraded to something and I just use the new one because it's an improvement over the old one. What kind of gear did I start out with? Man, like hand me downs. Yeah, that would be the kind of gear I started out with as a kid. Whatever other people in the family had for tents and fishing poles and stuff like that was all stuff that was passed down to me. Um, yeah, so that's kind of but like as an adult, like I said, maybe like when I was like 18 to 24 or so, I had some Gerber stuff, the LMF, the BMF, um, and the multi-tool and the Gerber Gator. And then I ended up going to like SOG stuff. I had some Kershaw, um, but I went through a lot of SOG and Kershaw until I got Spartan blades. And I want to say I started with Spartan blades. It had to be like 2007 or something, somewhere around there, 2008 maybe. And then I had Spartan blades up until 2019 when I got this set. Um, and yeah, that's about it. And now I've got some other Phobos knives because I'm enjoying it, and it's kind of like my YouTube thing. The first knife I ever bought for myself, honestly, I think it was like a Gerber Gator when I at the PX when I was like 18. Other than that, my grandfather used to get me a gift like every year. Like every year, my grandfather would get me some type of folding knife or small fixed blade and stuff. I didn't really go out and buy too much. Yeah, I used to get gifted like like the I had a K bar. I had like the Air Force pilot survival knife when I was in high school and stuff. I had knives like that. Um, a lot of yeah, like the pilot Air Force survival knife was bought for me. I want to say like in the eighth or ninth grade. I was in Civil Air Patrol and I needed a good field knife. We were doing search and rescue stuff training, and so that's how I ended up with that one. And that kind of lasted until I went in the army. And then, like I said, in the army, I got the Gerbers. The butterfly looks cool. There's a butterfly. Where's the butterfly? Or you mean the Spyderco? No. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much it as far as that stuff goes. Yeah, I've never owned like 100 knives. I've only owned like maybe three, four knives at a time, maybe five. And actually, this year is the first year I've hit double digits with knife ownership. I think I legitimately own like 11 knives now. So, the best 1940 Swiss one diamond cut. Yeah, that I don't know what that is. Um, Crab with a knife. Um, yeah, I either sell it or I give it away. Like if I know somebody that needs it, I give it away. I've given away more gear than I can keep track of. Um, and I give it to friends. I've given gear to homeless people. Whoever, like especially if I find a veteran or something, and I've still got a good sleeping bag, I'll give them my sleeping bag and just go get another one. Or get them one. But yeah, I traveled a lot for skydiving. I worked in skydiving professionally, and so I would work in the Northeast, spring, summer, fall, and then Gulf side of Texas or something, or mostly Florida. I worked in California, Nevada for a bit, out in Vegas. So I would move with the, kind of like the snowbirds with the weather. I would travel with the weather and skydive. And so moving every 6 months, you're either going to pay a ton in shipping or renting a truck or something like that. So it just made more sense to get rid of old gear. Like a lot of times, like shipping would get so expensive that it became like just not logical to ship stuff. It just wasn't cost effective. I could give this stuff away and rebuy it for less money than it cost to ship everything or something. So yeah, so I it wasn't until I'm with Mrs. Bushcraft now 8 years. So it was like 2017, February of 2017. Her and I got together, and well, we'd known each other since high school though. So we knew each other for like 30 years, but we got together in 2017, and that's when she's been attempting to domesticate me ever since. And that's just the way, that's the best way to put it, right? No, she's awesome. We get along great. A Joker Nomad. Yeah, Jokers, those are some pretty nice knives as well. Bushcraft heaven in my future. Absolutely, Rich. That is awesome, man. And that's what it is. It's, in skydiving, we talk about something, and it exists in extreme sports for sure. Rock climbing, ice climbing, skydiving, base jumping, downhill mountain biking. There's a thing called gear fear, and that's where you're afraid to perform your task because you're afraid of gear failure. And I think that applies to a lot of places. But having a good quality piece of equipment like a knife that is going to stand up, that's extremely important to the psyche of the situation, having the confidence to go into situations knowing that you're not going to suffer some catastrophic equipment failure or something like that. Are those gold things? Gold things? Where do you see gold? I don't have anything gold. You mean green? This is a lighter, an Exotac lighter. This is a match cap, or this. Oh, this could be it back here. Yeah, this is supposed to be their desert sand color or something. This is an Olight Warrior Mini 2. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, Jesse Outdoors. Yeah, anybody looking for a Christian based channel that likes the outdoors, you would want to talk to Jesse Outdoors Adventures. They're trying to build a channel. Yeah, CHP. Yeah. So okay, yeah. So it's actually colors on screen may appear differently than they do in real life. So yeah, but that's they run off a 18650 battery. There's one in OD as well. They're pretty good flashlights. I think the Warrior Mini 3 is a better version. Somehow like pocket lint or something will work its way into the tail cap on these ones, and it won't work. This one does work, but yeah, they're great. I think this is a great size flashlight for EDC for things like that. Oh, anytime, Jesse. Stop by. We'll shout you out again. I do lives on Friday nights at 8 o'clock and Sunday mornings at 8 a.m. So anytime you want to stop by, yeah, we'll shout you out, help you out. That's a big thing about community is helping other people in the community. And the knife people and the slingshot people and the outdoors people, they've all been really good to me. So I'm just going to pass the love along. Anytime you want to stop by, stop by. We'll shout you out. Am I shaking? I'm not shaking, am I? Or maybe I hit the camera thing? Or I've been standing here for 4 hours now almost. So maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just getting tired and don't realize it. That we'll fix that later. Just get a stronger magnet. It'll clean out the O-white switch. Yeah, I don't think it's a magnet though. I mean, a magnet isn't going to pull pocket lint out. And that's the problem. It gets somehow things get stuck underneath this tail cap from time to time, and it doesn't work. But yeah, so eventually I'm going to check out the Warrior Mini 3 and see how that one is. They redesigned the tail cap, so hopefully they fix that problem. But it's kind of not in a rush to replace something that still works. Pressurized air can it be? What's pressurized air on what, the flashlight? Oh, thanks for posting that, Northern Girls. It's awesome. Yeah, anybody that's a moderator, whenever you want to post something, go ahead. In fact, I'm gonna make some more moderators too. This is the Leatherman Raptor. It's folding shears. So, and they are pretty ambidextrous actually, which is not common for scissor type stuff, but these are. Yeah, but these are made by Leatherman. This is the Raptor. I think they make a less featured version of it now as well. But it does has a carbide end for breaking glass window car glass if you have to. It also has a fold out hook knife, which would be handy for cutting webbing, seat belts, stuff like that. And there's also a ring cutter on here, so you can cut rings. But yeah, that's the Leatherman Raptor. Then it's just a little button here. You depress to fold it back up. And then same thing on the other side. It does come with a little black sheath, a little black plastic sheath or something. I'm not overly impressed with the sheath though. But the tool in general is worth it. Yeah, Rich, this is actually I've shown them a couple times before, but I carried these silly little things around with me for like 10, 12 years, and they were so useful that I decided to serious upgrade. I think these were like this was part of a 5 scissor kit, 5 shear kit. I paid like $60 or $70 for work for, and these things I thought were junk. I'd never use them, but I ended up using them. They made its way into my bike bag, and I used them forever. But they're kind of dull and beat up now, so this ended up being the ultimate upgrade. Is the Home Depot brand Husky little scissors to the Leatherman Raptor. Serious upgrade there. So I'm definitely digging it. Yeah, yeah. No worries, guys. We got it in there. Life is good. All is good. Um, yeah, Crab. This is no. This is not a wave. This is a surge, and it's the black oxide Leatherman surge. So yeah, these are a great tool. They're a little bit pricey, but they were still awesome. But yeah, it's on a Wave. I want to get the Wave Plus. It's a slightly smaller, lighter version of the Surge. I think would be better for EDC, and then keep the Surge for the outdoor stuff. But I definitely love the Surge. Very cool tool. I'm gonna do some customization and upgrades to one of these as well. Oh, that's what you thought was a butterfly knife or something like that? Yeah, no, sorry, man. Yeah, no, that's a multi-tool Leatherman. But yeah, we made it to 12 o'clock, so we've been at it for 4 hours. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down now. Um, I want to thank everybody for hanging out. I know not everybody from the beginning was here. I think running the longer chats, it gives everybody a chance to make their way through, depending on your schedule. Yeah, the Charge TTI. Yeah, I'll definitely be checking that one out. Yeah, E Crystal, this is real leather. You can check him out at phobosnifes.com. He does sell the leather sheaths separately. So if you've already got a great knife and you want to put it in some great leather, you can get some leather from Phobos. And he has a whole series that'll cover from like 3.5 inch blades up to I think 7, 8 inches something. You'd have to read the specs along with several different versions. Hunter Sucker, my favorite knife is my Phobos Knives Tier 1C. This is my first and only custom knife I've ever had made for me. This is CPM 3V. It's 12 1/4 inches overall, 0.25 inch spine. Um, and yeah, this is overall my favorite, my absolute favorite knife ever. I absolutely love this knife. It's an awesome knife. But yeah, it's a Phobos. This is actually the knife that got me into Phobos knives. This was my gateway knife. Thanks, Northern Girl. I try to keep it I try to do the information and do a little entertainment as well. Keep it fun. Try to. I'll get better at it. Yeah, CHP. The scales. These are black G10 liners with brown micarta, brown burlap micarta, I believe it is. No, it's CPM 3V steel is what it is. But yeah, this is my favorite knife, and it's actually part of a set. And this is the set um, that Eric Hansen made for me. The fire rod and the flashlight I put on. This is a Olight i5TR. I mean i5T. It's not the R. And Exotac Fire Rod XL. Yeah, no, Hunter. I don't have a balisong or butterfly knife at all. Sorry about that. Just never been my thing. I kind of it's more of a tool than a flashy thing for me. Yeah, no, I haven't owned a buck knife in years. I think since high school. So like 35 years ago or something. Yeah, yeah, Zambrano, if you want to subscribe, our next live chat is going to be Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm going to try to end that by roughly about 9:30 on Sundays because there's a couple live chats that I like to go to. Grumpy Grunt and ATO Slings, Mark up in Canada, Slingshots, and Grumpy Grunt is just he's my favorite crayon eater, man. Love that jarhead. So yeah, so next live will be Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. So, but thanks to everybody for showing up. Yeah, like she said, subscribe, catch the next one. And as soon as we get some good weather, I'll be out doing some long form videos and some more shorts and stuff. So thanks to everybody for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Hope you learned a little, laughed a little. Remember, be kind to one another, and we will catch you on the next one. Have a great weekend, guys. We'll see you Sunday morning.